doing good. I'm just sitting in the air conditioning. I can get as hot as it wants. I'm going to stay in the air all day long. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. Thanks for doing that. You're always welcome in here, brother. You're my first. You're always welcome in here. You're my brother for sure. Uh, Stop on in, get the chat going for me. As you would say, the tornado. Get the tornado going, and then bounce on out and come back later and see what the destruction it was or is. Or come in like a tornado storm and then buzz on out, blow on out. Wow, 90s is pretty warm, huh? We haven't been that hot here. I think we might have gotten into the 80s yesterday. Not sure. Maybe. We might have. Somewhere about. Hey, see my new boat? Oh, I didn't post my boat stream. I gotta post my stream from Parker. Got a new boat, him. 30-foot Eliminator, twin V8 engines. It's making, I don't know, somewhere around 1,700 horse. Do about one, the boat will do about 140. We had it up to 100. 100 is pretty fast on the water. A lot of people don't know that, but when you're on the water and you're doing, say, 50, it feels like 100. When you're doing 100 on the water, it feels like 1,000. I mean, it really feels like you're going much faster than you are. Hey, if this thing will stay in the 70s and the low 80s all summer long, I would be thrilled. I know we're going to get some hot days here soon, though. But so far, it's been a pretty mild summer down here in San Diego. We're getting the fishing boat ready. Pumps are all changed out. All the outlets that go through the hull where the water pumps out, we changed all those. Cleaned out the fuel tank. We got a little bit of fiberglass work to do. We have a little bit of rot where the fuel tank is. I don't know how that happened, but somehow water held up in there. I haven't used the boat for about 3 years, and somehow water got in there. Caused a little bit of damage, but we're going to get it all cut out and get it going again. So hopefully I can get some good fishing videos out as well. The tuna is supposed to be a good fishing year. I haven't really been watching because my boat's down, right? But as soon as that boat's up, I'll be glued to, they got a site called Bloody Decks. That's where we go, and that's where all the fish reports are from all the private boaters and the commercial boaters. They kind of tell you where everything's happening out in the ocean. And we'll go as much as 70 miles out. Not much past that. The boat holds about 200 gallons. And you don't want to get too much further than that out. At least not for me. That's pretty far out for me. You feel like you're a long ways away from land when you get that far out. You can't see land at all. You get out, I don't know, 30 miles and you can't see land. Hopefully we catch some big fish. You can see my last fishing trip. It's on my. If you look at my channel, that's me and my sons fishing. I'm in the black hat, kind of squatting down. Hey, Storm's in. He's our other brother. He's our other brother from another mother. Good old Storm. Talk about tornadoes and stuff, huh? Storm just came on in. He's gonna bring the tornadoes with him. Welcome, welcome, Storm. I hope you're having a good morning. I hope you got your coffee going. My phone didn't drink its coffee this morning, and it was acting up, and I could see no chat, although the chat was going on without me. But that's all right. They were having just as much fun with or without me. I'd sure like to jump in that swimming pool of yours. That looks awesome. That looks awesome. You got that thing all cleaned up nice and ready to go. Elm could use that swimming pool in case the fire comes through. She could jump in the swimming pool and hide. You might need to hide, Elm. But hey, seriously, Elm, take that fire serious. I mean, that's what my father does with the helicopters is he fights those fires. But he's seen many people that didn't evacuate soon enough basically go up in flames, right? They didn't get out of there. The fire kind of, I don't know, it kind of double-crossed them in a way. Cut back and went back a direction they weren't expecting, and they didn't get out of their homes. So if it gets close, it'd be wise to get out of there for a day or two. Especially, don't drink. Don't be drunk while fires are raging around you. You might miss the red flags or the flames, the red flames. So be careful, be cautious. Take that fire serious. You gotta be. You can't underestimate these fires. Yeah, my dad fights those fires with the UH-1 Huey helicopters, the ones you see like in Vietnam, the big Hueys. Bill makes them. They're really good little firefighting helicopters. They also use the Blackhawks. Blackhawks make some pretty good firefighting helicopters as well. And Jet Ranger for little spot fires. My dad uses Jet Ranger as well. And they have like it's a snorkel that comes out and it drops into the lake, or sometimes they'll build a false lake, it looks like a pool where they keep it full with a water truck, and they'll suck the water right out of a pool sometimes. Or they'll actually suck it out of a real pool if they have to. They get water wherever they can. Wherever they can get water, they'll get it. Ultra Mega is in the house. You're always welcome in here too, brother. Good to see you. Good to see you. I know you're probably taking breaks and coming in and out, but that's awesome that you do that. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming in, sharing your stories and your time with us. Your time is just as important as my time, or you find Tim's time, or Storm's time, or Elm's time. Our time's all equally important. Hopefully the reception's a lot better. moved over to a better area. Does everything sound okay? Look okay? Well, as you're looking, it's the back of the boat, right? I knew you were working. You're always working. You're a good person. You put in the effort and the time. I look up to anybody that does that. You contribute to society. Here, little kitty, 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 kitty. Meow. Wow. Maybe I gotta do that sound. That draws in more cats when you go like that. When you go. Wow. 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 that draws in more cats. I don't know what it is, but they like that sound. They really like that sound. Or they like. That's the purring sound. I don't know if you can hear it or not. I may not be making it loud enough, but that's the purring sound. I got a phone call. This will be quick. Don't go away. This will be quick. guys there? I had a quick phone call I had to take care of. Do the meows trigger the left? My God, do they? They've asked me to knock it off. Good? Yeah, the left has asked me to set a limit on my meows. So we might have to back off a little bit. We don't want to put any kitty cats into distress, right? So we'll back off on the meows a little bit. But if you guys want to meow on the chat, you can meow all you want. The left loves it. They also don't pin any cat's ears back, by the way. I think that's kind of inhumane. So don't be pinning the cat's ears back. I know cats generally pin their own ears back, but some people misunderstand that for maybe we're pinning their ears back. What time is it? Oh, my ticket. Your cats love when I meow. My cats do too, actually. I meow at them in the morning when I'm in there talking to them. You know, I'm talking to them. Let's see. I'm gonna call this 8:30 depart. 6:30. 7:30. All right, I'm caught up on my book. Got to take care of that. You can't just let it flag. You got to take care of it. Pickles and cucumber. That's because they're not leftist. Those cats are conservatives. Those are some cool cats. You know what I'm saying? Those are some cool cats. They're conservatives. They're conservative kitty cats. The leftist kitty cats, woo, they get so easily offended. They get angry. Those are some angry. They're like, wow. Those are angry cats. It's all fun, guys. Don't take anything I can say too serious. Oh yeah, I got some definite lurkers and stalkers, and I've triggered some of the crazies. I don't know how. How did I do that? I wasn't trying to. I like everybody, but somehow I triggered some crazy people. But there's some good people too. You can trigger people that aren't crazy. They just need sunglasses. Their eyes get bothered by the sun real easy, so they just need some sunglasses. And then they won't be so, I don't know, emotional. Cindy, long time no see. Long time. How you been? Actually, I come by your channel every now and then. I don't usually stick around too long because I'm always on the move. But check out Cindy's channel, music channel, awesome channel. She goes back to the original me, Storm, and Cindy are the originals. We were like the three musketeers. Well, four, I guess, huh? Four of us. The four musketeers. Fight evil wherever it faced us. fighting off like some liberal cats way back in, I don't know, 2018 or something. A long time ago. We've been fighting those liberal cats for a long time. They put up their claws, and then we put up our claws. Hunch our backs, they hunch their backs. Who knows who's right or wrong, though, you know? Who knows? I know what's right for me, and that's as far as I can go. I know what's right for me. I can't speak for everybody. I can't speak for everybody, but I can fight for the people that are more aligned with me, I guess you might say. We can all fight for, what works for us. And then I guess other people are going to fight for what works for them. But in the meanwhile, while we're all fighting for whatever works for us or them, we don't need to be harming each other, that's for sure. Discussions, debate. I'm all for discussions, debate, elections, fair elections, right? Fair elections, not just any election, right? We want elections that are fair for sure. And we all know that elections aren't always fair. But we got to get that fixed. There's nothing wrong with showing ID that I can see. And, I don't understand why that's an issue. If anybody understands why that's an issue, tell me. Prove me wrong, but I think ID is a good idea. I do believe only citizens of the United States should be voting in the United States for what we want, and same with Canada. I believe only Canadians should be voting, or whatever country, right? It should be the members of the country, the lifelong citizens that are actual citizens, not the ones that just identify as citizens. This whole identity politics is ridiculous, where you can just identify as a citizen and you should be allowed to vote. You ought to actually be a citizen that's contributing and helping form the country, and still keeping the Constitution in mind, right? We need to at least keep it in mind. You can't just discard it completely. It's a pretty important little document in case you haven't heard about it. So, we the people, we are supposed to be in charge, and we aren't. We're not. If you think we are, you're wrong. We're not in charge right now. The politics don't believe in God. They don't believe in consequences anymore. And so stealing from the people is not a big deal to them anymore. We're going to have to do some things to correct that. I don't believe the founding fathers could you ever imagine that it would be this way, right? Like all these dishonest people, they had no idea. They fought so hard for our freedom that they just thought everybody would be just as passionate as they were about it. But now we have people that are more passionate about being filthy rich and in power, right? In power. They're not about trying to keep the people in power anymore. They're trying to keep themselves in power. So we got to fight back a little bit and try to get the power back. And, that's the one thing. Everybody can complain about Trump all they want, right? But he's the only person that I keep hearing say we need to return the power to the people. And honestly, that should mean a lot to anybody that's paying attention. The power back to the people, guys. That's important. It's very important. And the identity politics needs to stop. You can't just identify as a citizen and you're one. You can't just sneak into the country by manipulating the asylum process, telling them what you think they want to hear. You got to actually be honest. We don't have a lot of that going on anymore. And when you come into the country being dishonest, you're probably going to be dishonest about a lot of other things too. I'm not saying you will be, but you probably will be. Uh, who knows? Who knows the circumstances? Maybe they were so horrible you had to be dishonest. But I believe we should get back towards more God-fearing people that love the country and don't want to just steal from all the people. Just what just my opinion, for what it's worth. The Constitution's been completely disregarded. The American flag, where a lot of people died to fight for the freedom, is being used as a handkerchief by these people that want to come into our country. They'll blatantly tell you how much they hate the country, and they'll stomp all over the American flag and fly their own flags, right? Which is crazy. It's like, well, you came here under seeking asylum, complaining about your country, and you're wiping your face and your feet with our flag and waving your flag. Like, why don't you just go back to the country you're flying the flag of if you hate this country so much? I mean, I know this country's not perfect. No country is, but it's better than a lot. it's better than a lot. It's getting worse, but we can turn it around. We can turn this around. We got to stop with the insanity and the fantasies and the fantasies of males thinking they're females and females thinking they're males just because they identify that way. We got to stop with some of the fantasy stuff. There's nothing wrong with being a feminine male, I guess you might say, or a masculine female, but you still got to identify as what you actually are. Biologically, you know what you are. We all know, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. XX or XY or XXY. You're born whenever you're born, and I don't look down on you at all. But we can't live on a lie, right? It's becoming a problem even for the doctors. They don't know who they're treating. Somebody comes in as a female that identifies as a male, and then they check off all the boxes of a male, and it can affect the care that they're getting. So, you're not fooling anybody but yourself. And I don't have a problem with you being however you're going to be, but let's identify properly, right? What the biology actually states. Let's just identify that way and work from there. It's okay, like I said, if you want to be a feminine male or whatever, that's your thing, not my thing, but I'm not going to hold it against you. It's like me driving a motorcycle and running around telling everybody, I'm driving a semi. We're going to load this puppy up. I can identify as a semi all day long, but it's still not going to carry much of a load. That's all I can say. There's nothing wrong with male identifying as a male and a female identifying as a female, and a man loving a woman and a woman loving a man. There's nothing wrong with that. And if a man wants to love a man and a woman wants to love a woman, and don't push your ideas onto everybody is all I'm saying. Be who you are. Don't try to fool everybody with nonsense, because we all know the truth. And it's kind of belittling to have people tell you how wrong you are, like for misidentifying a woman that's kind of a masculine woman, and then you get in trouble for misidentifying them. You were supposed to identify them as a man. It's like, no, you're just a man. You're a masculine man. You're a masculine female, or whatever. Let's just keep it real. And I don't think there's anything wrong with keeping it real, but keep the hate out of it, right? I get their point there. Some people just hate them for being what they are. I don't hate them for being what they are, but I don't like that they want us to see what we see and then lie to ourselves. And I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to lie to myself. And they shouldn't either. Be accepted for who you are. Don't make us actually misgender you, because that's what they're doing. These females that think they're males, they're actually expecting us to misgender them and call them a male. So that's where the misgendering is really happening. Just my thoughts, guys. Just my thoughts. You're more lonely. That's one digit. And what's wrong with a guy liking a girl? Why are we against that? There's no society without that. There's no people. We got. You still got to have the attract. Man still has to have an attraction to a woman for civilization to continue. I mean, no babies otherwise. No babies unless we're gonna force it, right? We're gonna force it. Like, I don't really like girls, but to have babies, I'll sacrifice. It's like, that's like rape then, right? We got to have attractions. And we should be able to flirt with each other. And I mean, that's all nature and natural. And it's like we're not allowed to in the workplace. You're not allowed to anymore. And like, where are you supposed to meet somebody? Usually you meet them at work, right? Or church, or maybe some local event. But we should be able to flirt a little. I mean, to a point, not where you're being like a stalker, right? Don't be a stalker. Like, a little hint of a flirt. How else are you going to meet somebody? I don't know. Used to be how it was. You found somebody attractive, you started talking to them, right? But it's like, now it's like so forbidden. I don't understand why it's so forbidden. Let's move a little bit back towards nature. How nature makes us feel. Yeah, people that's the problem with the left. They're so easily offended. Like I'm a man and they're a woman, right? And you accidentally misgender them, and they're so angry at you. It's like, come on, keep it real. Seriously, you can tell why I might have misgendered you, but you had it right. Actually, they want you to misgender them, and then they complain about misgendering. It's so confusing. It's confusing for everybody. Let's not confuse everybody. Let's keep it real. What you are is what you are. Whenever you were born, XX or XY, occasionally an XX, occasionally an XXY, but that is so rare. Like, there's not even enough of those people to stand up to say anything. There's just not many of them. And there's nothing, I'm not against them at all. They were born that way. God makes no mistakes, right? He makes no mistakes. So whatever they were born is what they were born. Just my opinion. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot me, all right? Don't shoot me. Don't stalk me. Don't hate me because I don't agree with you. Because you don't have to agree with me, and I'll still like you. So don't shoot me. Be nice. Don't run around trying to cause problems for me. Be nice. You're not going to get anywhere anyhow, so just knock it off. A lot of people don't understand that you can stalk people on social media too. They seem to be confused. They think it's okay because it's social media, but there are actually stalking laws even for social media. You got to really think about what you're doing when you're stalking and harassing and pestering people. It's like you can take it too far. So don't be that guy, right? Don't be that guy that takes it too far. Come in, play around, have fun with everybody. That's what this channel's about. All of us can come here and just have fun and enjoy each other. If you're not being evil, you're not going to get blocked on this channel. If you're going to be evil and stalk people and stuff and try to figure out, research and try to figure out ways to destroy their lives, you're not going to be allowed here because that's evil. That's evil. And that's stalking. That's evil. It's madness. It's crazy, right? It's insane. Why would anybody waste their time researching people in here to see if they can cause them problems? It's just a waste of time. I don't get it. I don't get it. If I'm wrong, let me know. Prove me wrong. And I gotta get up to Canada. Okay, we're gonna have a little bit of buffering here in a few minutes, only for a few minutes. So bear with me, and I'll be back. So don't go away, is what I'm saying. Don't go away. saying, don't be a dick, right? Don't be a dick. Come on. We're here for fun. And if you can come in and have fun and not be a dick, you're welcome. Or the C word, right? Don't be the C word. Just come in and have fun. That's all it's about here. There's nobody harmful in here. Nobody's here to hurt anyone. We're all here to debate and speak and talk and share. I like sharing. I like sharing. I like when other people share. To see what in their lives. Not to stalk them. If you share something with me, I'm not looking to stalk you, okay? I just find it interesting as all. I don't want nothing to do with it. And that will get you blocked by my moderators. I see I got a lot of moderators right now. Normally I don't have many. The other day I had none in here the other day, so I added a couple. They're kind of my honorary, temporary moderators, but they've been behaving so well, and they've been such awesome people that I'm just gonna leave them alone for now because they become my friends. You're not a good person anyhow. I'm here to make friends. And there's nothing wrong with making friends, by the way. So these people that seem to be so proud when they go, I'm not here to make friends. They shouldn't be so proud of not wanting to make friends, you know. They're just mean, hateful, awful people. Anytime you're like, I'm not here to make friends. Well, you can be friendly and be friendly in the chat at least. You don't have to be in here. Push your ideology and your ideas and your that I'm actually a very nice person and I'm here really just to get to know people and the way they live, especially from other countries. You know, I got my American friends here, but I'm getting a lot of Canadian friends now. Man, don't be a douche. Don't be a douche. Don't be a dick. You know what I'm saying? Be friendly, be nice, be social. You just look like a fool when you come in there, letting everybody know how much you hate everyone. You just look like a unhinged person. It doesn't mean you have no intelligence, but it means you're unhinged and hateful and controlling. When you start trying to make people feel bad for not agreeing with you, that means you're controlling. And controlling people often do stalk people. So don't be controlling either. That's part of stalking when you become controlling. Let people be who they're going to be. And if I throw out an idea, that doesn't mean it's your idea. It's just my idea or thoughts or beliefs or whatever. But it doesn't mean I'm against yours. I'll hear yours. I may not agree with them, but I'll hear them. And I'm not going to put you down for them. Bring you on with having friends. Where has society gone so wrong to where we don't want friends anymore? It's so, I hate people that do it, and I don't literally. But they do it anyhow. I don't understand that either. They never feel good about it, but they do it anyhow. Let's see, what time is it? It's 8:56. Doing good. Things moving. Hey, thanks to everybody for coming in here at your time. Seriously, I mean that from the bottom of my heart. It makes me happy that we're getting some really good people in here, and we're gonna flush a couple down the toilet here and there, but Are we back? Nightbot, can you hear me? Tell me if you can hear me, Nightbot. Nice. Hey, you guys want to hear a crazy story? This is a true story. Yesterday, we got a call from a company in Wisconsin that was trying to deliver a bunch of construction materials that supposedly we ordered. It's like, okay. Needless to say, we had to say, no, we did not order that. And ultimately, they couldn't deliver it. But somebody ordered a bunch of construction supplies and was trying to deliver it to Wisconsin in the company name. Isn't that insane? That's scandalous people out there. You gotta have faith. You gotta have faith. You gotta have love. You gotta have love in your heart. If you don't have love in your heart, you're never gonna be happy with yourself. Never. Ever. You will never be happy with yourself if there's no love in your heart. If there's no compassion in your heart, you will never be happy with yourself. I assure you of that. Must people do that? You gotta have love in your heart. There's nothing wrong with having friends. I'm telling you. Well, we got a delivery in Wisconsin. I think it's Wisconsin. The delivery guy's like, I don't know where to put it. We're like, what are you talking about? You know, when you're a nice person, uh, you don't mind your stuff being shared out as much because you're not really that much of danger, really, when you're a nicer person. And when you're a horrible, evil person, attacking all kinds of people, you really don't want your information out, right? You really don't want yours out. Because there's people that will react to that. That's why it's just better to be nice. Live your life, enjoy your life, meet good people, make some friends along the way. Try your hardest to not make enemies. It's just a better way to live. You gotta have faith. There's a song that goes like that. You gotta have faith. 6 likes, thank you. 6 likes, that's awesome. So what was I talking about? I have a lot on my mind. I'm I'm trying to unload some of it. What are we talking about? What are you talking about? Let's come up with a new subject. Another one. Hey, is that John the Baptist? Nice to see you, John. We're going to need you here in a minute. You're going to be swearing some people in for us. We need them to be truthful. We're going to need you in just a minute. John the Baptist, what an awesome guy. I've actually gone on to your or not your website, but your channel and checked things out. You got a pretty awesome, cool channel. I like all the waterfalls and stuff that you show. That is just beautiful pictures, man. You must be a photographer or something. Your pictures that you have on your channel are just beautiful pictures. I just really enjoyed going through your channel and looking at the stuff that you have downloaded and shared with us. Beautiful stuff, though. Really beautiful stuff. So anybody that hasn't seen John the Baptist channel, check it out. He's got some pretty cool stuff on there. I like to check out people's channels. I'm not stalking you, though, okay? I'm not trying to figure out where you live and what your bank accounts are and all that crazy stuff. But I'm just, I'll check out some, people's channels just to see what's on there. I'm not going to start like pulling out my my magnifying glass and seeing if I can find a phone number. Or that's called stalking, by the way, guys. That's stalking when you do that. If you're getting more information off of something on that to try to harm somebody, like say my shirt, right? You look at my shirt, and then you go to the trouble to put your magnifying glass on my shirt and then try to figure out more to harm me. That's stalking, by the way, and I've checked into it, and that is absolute stalking. So don't do that, people. But go look at people's channels and enjoy what they share. That's why they're putting it there. They're not putting it up there so that people will stalk them. They're putting it up there to share, a beautiful moment they had or a memory, or that's why they put up those. Like same with me, I have some pretty cool coastline drone videos and stuff. I don't put them on there for people to try to figure out where I live and how they might be able to harm me. I'm just trying to share a beautiful moment is all. And that's what it's really about. That's what it's really about. So, like I said earlier, don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. But yeah, we're going to need you to swear in some people for us. We need the truth. Nothing but the truth, so help me God. You know what I'm saying. I got another phone call. I'll have to take this call in a moment. I'll take this call in a moment. But I'll make it quick, guys. I try to make my phone calls quick. Niagara Falls is just beautiful, though, huh? Beautiful sight, Niagara Falls. At least, when you look at pictures and stuff, I have not been there. That's on my list. That'll be on my bucket list, too. Going up the coast, through Canada, across Canada, all the way to Nova Scotia, back down the east coast, zigzag my way back. That's all on my bucket list. You gotta have faith. Isabella, it's been a long time since I've seen you here. I know some of the drama chased away some people, but we're gonna try to stay away from the drama. We're gonna try to tone things down a little bit. Always nice to see Isabella before she buzzes away. bell is busy and has buzzed away. Thank you for coming in, by the way. Thank you. Thank you for coming in and sharing your life with us, your time. You know, as much of your life as you want to share. You got to be careful. Like I learned the hard way. You got to be careful when you're sharing with people. You got to be careful who you're sharing with, for sure. You don't know. You don't know. But I'm learning, and I'm adjusting, and I'm adapting. But I am learning. We're all learning, right? We're all learning. Well, you guys got some really crazy stuff going on with these fires and air quality and stuff, huh? We have some, let's. I heard we have a fire going on over here too at the moment. And I'm looking out right now, and I think I can see some of the smoke, but it's down more. I think it's closer to the border of Mexico than here. Get a lot of fires down in Mexico. I see what looks like a spotter plane. They'll have a plane that spots the fires and tells other planes and helicopters where to make the water drops or the retardant, whichever they're dumping. It's not always retardant. A lot of times, the helicopters are usually dumping water. Don't be a dick. That's our scheme for the day. Don't be a dick. What do you guys think about that delivery, huh? Isn't that strange? It's like coincidence, huh? That I'm getting deliveries made now in other states. What a coincidence. Who knows? I'm not accusing or blaming anyone. I was a little shocked that I was getting a delivery in another state. I can't remember if it's Wisconsin or Michigan. I gotta look. The driver called us. But all we could do is turn that stuff over to fraud and let them search and figure out who's doing it, you know. The fraud department will figure it out. Nightbot, can you hear me? Hello? Nightbot, can you hear me? Nightbot, can you hear me? Nice. Nightbot can hear me. Storm can hear me. Oh. Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix. You know, I was reading a thing that Terry Kaff was a better guitar player than Jimi Hendrix. And you know who said that? Jimi Hendrix himself said Terry Kaff was a better performer than him. Terry Kaff was pretty good. You guys know who Terry Kaff is? Maybe you don't even know who Terry Kaff is. But that is quite a compliment coming from Jimi Hendrix, huh? Hang on a second, I gotta get out and tell this guy something. Terry Kaff is from the group Chicago. Excuse me while I kiss the sky. I had to go tell that guy where he's going to be dumping. Well, you get check out Terry Kaff though. He is pretty good. After I read that and then checked it out, then I started checking out Terry Kaff, right? And it's like, holy cow, this guy is pretty good. But yeah, there's Jimi Hendrix said he was better than him. You know, Jimi Hendrix is probably just being nice, but check out Terry Kaff. He actually was really good. Of course, he shot himself, but unfortunately, he's playing Russian roulette and thought he didn't have bullets, but he did. But yeah, I have a whole different outlook on Terry Kaff now about his playing abilities. But you can also look at the interview. It comes from Jimi Hendrix himself. Jimi Hendrix said it. Can't be that wrong, right? If Jimi Hendrix said it. mess here. You guys have made a mess. Might have to get out and teach them how to grade. We got a young guy today, 19, running the equipment, and boy, he is not very good on the equipment, in my opinion. It's just my opinion, but I'll make him good. 6 likes, 7 people in the house. Might have to do more cat calls. $9.27. Oh, what did I do here? Miss Salty, I'll probably be picking her up today at some point. I think she's going to come hang out with us today. She said she wants to, so when she's ready, we'll pick her up. She's going to hang out with us today at work. Maybe she can monitor the chat. She worked with me all day yesterday. All day long. She just hung out with me. She was going to hang out with me today, but, I get up really early. And she said, come get me later. I think sometimes she just gets bored and wants to come hang out. Yeah, yesterday we put in 10 hours. She did good. Only 3 bathroom breaks. She might. Oh, she put a tomato on my sandwich. A tomato. Gendalone. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the insanity. Thanks for coming in, sharing your time with us. Thursday. Is it Thursday already? I lose track of the days. I just set my alarm and go. Yeah, listen to Chicago. Check out the interview with Jimi Hendrix, where he says Terry Caff's better than him. I know he's just being, nice. but actually, I was surprised how good Terry Caff is. He's actually is really good. I can see why Hendrix gave him a compliment. I think a lot of the statement was that he felt Terry Caff sang better than him too. I don't know. You guys, well, for sure, if we had Adam in here, he could probably tell us a lot more. Yeah, it surprised me. This one day, Miss Salty was asking me who the best guitar player was, so we were looking it up, right? And of course, Jimi Hendrix comes up a lot. Jimmy Page, some other people, right? But when I heard that Jimi Hendrix felt that Caff was the best player, I was like, oh, we got to check that out some more. Did they tell you where to dump? Because we moved. Okay, so now, lower from where we're dumping, there's a big white tower on the left, like a white tank, and other trucks go up to the right. When you get to that tank, he wants us to go right up there and dump. It's not a whole lot before where we are dumping, but it is before. It's like in a sharp corner. If you want me to, I will. Yeah. Yeah. You know what else I think? I'm no expert on guitar, so anything I say, don't take it completely to heart because I'm definitely no expert on guitar playing. But somebody else I noticed that I thought was pretty good when we were doing our little search of the best guitar players was Eddie Van Halen, and they showed him doing some solo stuff all by himself, and I was surprised how good he was. So honestly, I don't know who the best guitar player is. It probably changes by the mood, right? But I was surprised how good Eddie Van Halen was. He's actually pretty dang good guitar player himself. Like, honestly, by now we probably have new best guitar players, right? It's like it's always got to be advancing, right? People getting better and better, and more technology and more capability, and all that good stuff. So a lot of times, I think when we start talking about best guitar player, it could be for the era, even not just necessarily overall ever. Who knows? But I would say Jimi Hendrix certainly pioneered a lot of new sound for sure. Um, he was playing guitars in a way that nobody else had. The pioneers, the guys that cut the trail, right? It's like calling the Wright brothers the best pilots ever. They were at that moment, but they're not forever, right? I don't think anybody's gonna be the best forever. Oh, the Wright brothers, best pilots ever. Oh, but they sure cut a path for everybody else. They did something nobody else was able to do. Yeah, Raggy Roads. Yep. That was on there when I was researching best guitar player. I don't know, Miss Salty's just major into music. And everything about her is music. She says life's not even worth living without music. It's like that's how strongly she feels about music. And she knows all the groups. Like anybody wants to start talking about groups and stuff, she usually knows all the singers and guitarists. And it's like she spent so much time researching music. It's crazy. And all kinds of music, not just one type. She likes just music, all sorts of music. But yeah, one day she was trying to figure out who the best guitarist was. And we were, there's all kinds of different lists. The Wright brothers for sure had balls, yeah, because they had no idea how that was going to turn out. They for sure had balls. I'm like, hey, let's get this thing up into the air like a bird. Nobody else is doing it, but why not? They had balls. My dad has balls. He's crashed a helicopter 3 times. Total 3 helicopters. And every time I'm like, oh my God, that's awful. He goes, oh no, son. Any landing that you walk away from is a good landing. I'm like, seriously? That's the way he looks at it. Any landing you walk away from is a good landing. He says, regardless of what the machine looks like. That's probably some Navy pilot training BS or something. He almost died in a fire up there in Northern California. Helicopter crashed into the woods while he's fighting a fire for U.S. Forestry. So now he's landed in the middle of a fire. It's like, and he tumbled. The helicopter hit the top of the trees. It lost hydraulics. So then it hit the top of the trees and it tumbled all the way to the ground. Those trees are really tall in Northern California. So it tumbled all the way to the ground, landed on its top, but he was uninjured somehow. I don't know how. The helicopter, it was like you couldn't even tell it was a helicopter. Oh, I got another phone call. Man, I'm going to take some of these calls. How'd you know? I am getting a phone call. I sure am. I'm gonna take it. When I get stopped up here, I'm gonna take the phone call. Oh, it might be, because I am supposed to pick her up. She's going to say, dude, pay attention. I've been trying to call you. I am supposed to pick her up today. She wants to hang out. Oh, maybe I get excited when a phone call comes in. Changes my voice. Who knows? I think I heard Storm say it gets louder or something. That is so strange that it does that. I still need to work on getting that fixed too, because it's with my old phone, which was a Galaxy. When the phone would ring, it would go to my earpiece, and I could talk right through the earpiece to whoever is calling. Now, I try to answer it, and it always answers on the phone instead. So I have a setting screwed up somewhere, but I can't figure out what it is, because every time I go through it, it looks like everything's set right. Like if I watch a YouTube video or something, it all plays right to the earpiece. But the phone calls aren't overriding anything anymore. They used to override the map. They used to it overrode everything when a phone call came in. But it's not doing that. I switched to this Motorola phone, and it's giving me a lot of trouble, apparently. Welcome, my friend in Nova Scotia. Welcome. I got to take this call. Damn it! Did my voice change? Another phone call's coming in. I'm going to take this call in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes, but don't go away. It'll be a quick call. I got to wait up here anyhow. Wait for that other guy anyhow, so it'll be a good time to take the call. And I'll try to get those videos out of the river trip and my little win at the casino. On my 75-cent bet. I still can't believe I got that. We almost got the boat all up and running, Jeff. Got all the pumps changed out, all the through haul, I don't know what you call them, the scuppers and everything through the hull where the water pumps out. Replaced all those through the fiberglass. Got the marine lumber today. Gonna go pick up some fiberglass in a little while, and we'll get that box built, and hopefully do some fishing here in the next week or two. I might take a week or two off to go hit the fishing pretty good. I just love fishing. We catch some big tuna here, up to a couple 100 pounds. Tell Willow hi from all of us. We're all very proud of you and Willow. Willow's awesome. You're a great father. Willow's a fighter, man. She's a fighter. Nobody can take that away from Willow. Ultra Mag is back in. He's back in the house. Woo! We're gonna lose a little reception here in a moment. But don't go away. 62. You got perfect weather today. We are sitting. Says we're at 80 here. We're at 80 today. I don't think that's right though. It doesn't feel hot outside. We're gonna get a little bit staticky up here in a moment.
Do you know where to dump the dirt? The dirt? Must be my earpiece. Can you hear me? 0. Still 0. Can you hear me? I got one. You might be able to hear me now. I'm showing one person in the channel. Or is it showing me? Am I showing just me? 4 people in. We got 4. Welcome, Adam. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I saw you come in, but I was in an area that was bad signal, I guess. But I was telling him that we were talking about guitars earlier, and Adam's the guy to talk about. We were trying to figure out, the #1 guitar player. I said it's Adam. I know there's a lot of variations to what would be a best guitar player, probably depending on the type of music you like, different generations, different technology. I imagine, like anything else, the best guitar player is always changing because you're constantly having new guitar players. So, the Wright brothers were the best pilots ever at one time, so I'm sure they're not now. They certainly, the pioneer, they certainly cut a trail, but I imagine that changes all the time too. The best guitar player ever could be you by now. Hell, you might be better than the guys that played back then, I don't know. Who knows? Oh, they don't like common sense. You know what else they don't like? Define him. You know what leftists really hate? They hate cat sounds. Meow. Meow. For some reason, cat sounds drive them crazy. I don't know why. Here, kitty, cats. That's really weird. It's the weirdest thing. We have a lot of differences for sure, but cat sounds don't upset me. And you're only allowed to talk about cats for about 10 minutes around them, and then they start exploding. They just start exploding. They hate cat sounds. Yeah, here, kitty. Here, kitty. They hate it so much. Oh, look at the little kitty cats. I don't know what it is. I found their kryptonite. I found it. You just gotta meow. They're like, stop meowing now. We've heard enough. Stop that, Super Salty. That's what they start saying. Stop that. That's disturbing. What's so disturbing about a cat meow? That's disturbing. Stop it. It's all in fun, right? It's all in fun. We all got to keep that in mind. It is all in fun. But boy, do they hate it. So, and you know how they like to throw up that whole R word to stop a debate? If you want to stop a debate with the leftists, just start meowing. And they just give up. Like, screw it. He's meowing again. He's meowing. Stop that, Super Salty. Stop it now. Please stop it. It's like they're going to explode or something. They hate it. They try to pretend they're cats. Actually, they don't. Cat sounds. Yeah, we love little kitties. Come on in here, you little kitties.
Come on in here, you cat cult. Don't be afraid. Here, little kitty kitties. I'm just having fun, guys. I'm just having fun. I'm having a good day. I'm enjoying the conversation, the chat. Having fun. You little killer cats. How do you feel about the beavers? We got the Oregon beavers. How do you guys feel about the beavers? Oh man, I don't know how to make a beaver sound. I'll have to look that up. I got the cat sound down real good, right? Because my wife loves cats. So they meow at me and I meow at them. Sometimes I gotta hiss at them when the tomcats come around. I've learned the whole cat language. Like I know when they're being nice, and I know when they're horny, and like I know when they're mad, and they got all these different sounds. Like wow. That's when they're horny. They go wow. When they're mad, they go wow. When they're happy, they come up to you. They go meow, meow. They know how to. They know how to like. What do they say? Hang on a second. I gotta do something. So this is what I've noticed about cats. They have a real good understanding of tone. They don't speak our language, but they know what tone means, and they know how to get across to you how they're feeling. Like if they're mad or horny or happy or just hungry. You can tell the difference when they're yapping at you. Cats like to talk. Yeah, take your time, yeah. Come back whenever you're ready, buddy. He's my brother from another mother. You find him, and I go back a ways now. Politically, he and I align real well, but we're not pushing it on you guys. We're just trying to let you guys see the other side. There's two sides to every conversation. There's two sides to every story. There's two sides to politics too. There are many sides, but we don't push it on you. And if you don't agree with us, we don't want to harm you. That's something that the leftists do. If they don't agree with you, they want to harm you for not agreeing with them. It's like it doesn't have to go to that extent. We can find plenty of other things that we can get along, about and over. Like if you give me a chance, you're gonna find out it doesn't matter what my politics are. Well, we can get along in other ways. Like, hey, we don't agree on politics and you can't handle the truth. Then let's talk about something else. You can't handle the truth. It's like that, That's what it's come down to. You can't handle the truth. Like, I don't like living the lie, right? Identity politics, identity, pronouns, and the madness and the craziness, how I identify or how you identify. I'm not into that. I'm a realist, right? I can clearly see, well, sometimes you can't clearly see, but for the most part, I know when you're a man or a woman, unless you're trying to hide it. But by hiding it doesn't make you the opposite of what you are just because you hid it or because you said it. You're still what you are, right? That's the way it works. That's like me telling you guys I'm a cat because I can make a cat sound. I'm obviously not a cat, but I can identify as one, right? Doesn't make it so. It certainly doesn't make it so. Super Salty's a cat. Yeah, okay. We'll just go with that. You guys should be nicer to me since I'm a cat. 10:30. Super Salty identifies as a cat. I like when Adam gets into this stuff when I'm on his channel. I'm sure the word they has been around for a long time. But that doesn't, by saying you're a they, doesn't change your sex. Your sexual orientation doesn't change just because we call you a they, them, their. You know, he, she, cat. You know, it doesn't change. You're still either a male or a female biologically. Like now, I don't know, I was watching this program and it's like the doctors don't even know how to identify people anymore. That's because they're not even using the actual biology anymore. They're trying to be sensitive to people's needs. And meanwhile, they're like, I don't know. Whatever they say they are. They are whatever they say they are. That's what the doctors have decided. Whatever they say they are. I don't care. If they want to be treated as a man, I'll treat them as a man. If that man really wants to have a C-section, I guess we'll give him one, as long as they pay for it. I don't know what we're going to remove, but maybe they swallow the baby. I don't freaking know. Yeah, it's sad that our universities and our doctors and our instructors and professors are all getting confused. They're the ones that are supposed to be teaching, and they don't even know anymore. I don't know. What is a woman? He says he's a woman, therefore he must be. They say they're women. Biologically, they're XY, but they say they're a woman, so as long as we use the word they must be. They must be. What else could they be? What else could they be? Edward, you must have a hell of a time trying to defend this stuff, because it's just common sense. But when you want to, like, we can argue anything, right? Like whether or not Super Salty's a cat. He sure sounds like a cat. We can argue it all day long, right? He sure sounds like he's a cat. He's got to be a cat. He's identifying as a cat. He sounds like a cat. Turn the camera around so we can see if you have cat eyes. If I had cat eyes, if I put some contacts in that had cat eye type lens, would I be a cat? Does that make me a cat? Honestly, I'm one that actually likes Edward, but man, could you imagine being Edward having to defend this stuff? It's so easy for us because we use common sense and logic, right? Logic's gone out the door with the left completely. The doctors, the leftist doctors, I don't know what they are. I don't know if it's a man or a woman. You can't do a little inspection there and tell us, doctor, what that is? Well, I could do the inspection, but that's not what they're telling me. They're telling me they're the other. Well, believe your eyes, doctor. Believe your eyes. It's like, I can't. I've been told I'm not allowed to. It's so funny. It's just hilarious. It really is hilarious if you think about it. My dad's like, I don't know what the freaking problem is there. Just lift their freaking skirt or drop their pants and identify them, for Christ's sake, he says. Because what's the problem? You know, he's old school. What's everybody so confused about? Well, because they're trying to blur the lines, right? So that we focus on insanity while they steal all the money. You know, the politics. They want the lines to be blurred, but most of us are too smart for that. We know better. We're not going to let them blur the lines. We're focused on the prize. The prize is they're supposed to be managing our money for us, the government, and making sure that our tax money is spent wisely, right? That's not what's happening. But as long as they have us trying to figure out who's a boy and who's a girl, and then people tell us, nope, you got it wrong again. It's not a boy. How do I know? She said so. She said so. It's like, man, oh, so it's a girl. Well, no, she says she's a she, but there's definitely a pecker there. But I don't think the pecker counts. Oh, maybe if you cut the pecker off, then you're a female. It's like, come on, guys. We got to stop being so stupid and ridiculous. We really do. Like, well, we could be sensitive to people's feelings and all. If they want to identify that way, we could be sensitive to it, but we can't be stupid to it. We can't be moronic about it. We know the difference. Take these people and drop them off in a village of men somewhere. This man that identifies as a woman, go drop that man off in a village somewhere and see if the village people can figure it out. I think they could. Like, hey, on! This guy's misrepresenting himself. He has misidentified himself. We need to help him. He doesn't know what he is. It's like, I don't know. It's just silly. It really is silly if you think about it. Yeah, well, yeah, if my wife identifies as a man, am I gay now? Is that how it works? Salty, stop that. Don't you be identifying as a man. That makes me have to identify as gay. I'm not nothing against the gays, all right? I'm not saying that. It's just that I would have to identify differently if she identifies in a different way, right? It's like, what the hell? Yeah, talk to the person as a they. They should be more than one. That should be plural, right? They, wouldn't that be plural? Maybe not. I don't know. I would think they is plural. Say him, right? Yes, you can. If you don't know their name and you clearly see it's a guy, you can say, hey, that guy over there, or him. Like, you definitely could do that, Edward. Why? It's been going on forever, Edward. That's if you don't know their name, you could point over there and say, well, him or her or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? But our doctors shouldn't be confused, after doing a physical. They shouldn't go, I don't know what it is. She says she's a he. And then the doctors were confused. Who that? Who her? Who that? Who them? You guys are funny. Edward's going to certainly become he is going to be our token lefty. It's not Jeff. Edward has more to offer than Jeff as far as being a token lefty. Okay. I gotta take a look at this and make sure they did this right. Are we having fun today, huh? Now that we all know Super Salty's a cat, because he sounds like a cat, that means he's got to be a cat. I'm identifying as a cat, people. I'm a cat. Cat, don't mess with me, because I'm an actual cat. Cat and Mr. Reximus, don't mess with me. I'm an actual cat. How do I know? The doctor told me so. How does he know? I told him so. That's how the doctor knew. The doctor knows I'm a cat now. I'm probably going to need a rabies shot now that I'm a cat. Everything's changed now that I'm a cat. I'm not the same person I once. I'm not a person at all anymore. Not the same. I'm not the same cat I used to be. I'm an actual cat. How do you know? Listen. Meow. I'm a cat. I'm a cat now. I think that's just hilarious. I can see where they're having fun with it, because it is funny. So I can see where they're having fun trying to act like they're a cat, or a man trying to act like it's a woman or whatever. Right? I get all that. It's pretty funny. It is pretty funny. Okay. It's so funny. Just think about it. It's so funny. I'm a cat.
I just learned today that I'm a cat because I can make cat sounds. I never thought about it. And I can talk to the cats. I noticed that. Maybe I've become mentally ill. I'm a cat now. I've become a cat. Hang on, I got a call. Hang on a second. I got to take this call. Okay, I missed the call. No big. No big deal. It is retarded. Are we allowed to say retarded anymore? My timing's retarded. Oh, don't say that. Another one of those words, right? Another one of the R words. Can't say retarded. Well, that's how they talk about timing on a vehicle. Advanced retarded. It's like, yeah, we can talk about it. Stop making such a big deal out of the word. What we have is too many people that are too sensitive. You know what I'm saying? Too many sensitive people. Overly sensitive. Why are they so sensitive? I mean, they can change in a moment. How about you change from sensitive to not being sensitive? Identify as not being sensitive. How about that? Since you can change like a chameleon, start changing in a positive way. You know, start making it. Now that you guys can change, like, I don't know, like magic, change the things that are more positive. I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying. And I'm not trying to be mean or anything. They were empathetic. They were empathetic. I have empathy for those people, so I'm an empathy. Meow. That means I'm back. If I do that, that means I'm back. Now that I'm a cat, I'm an actual cat. Those other cats have nothing over me. I'm a big cat. I'm a big old kitty cat. Anyhow, I'm back. Meow, meow, meow. I am back. That's how you say it. That's how you say it, cat. Meow, meow, meow. That means I am back.
this identifying people as whatever they think they are. We should just have fun with it and start identifying as something ourselves, right? If they say they're a cat, say you're a dog. And I'm mad dog. A dog that doesn't like cats. A dog that doesn't like cats. Just have fun with it. Sometimes I guess the best way to fight fire is with fire, so maybe we need to fight craziness with craziness. Who knows? I'm a pregnant male cat. Oh, I don't feel good. I'm a pregnant male cat. I don't know what kind of kittens I'm going to have. They're probably going to be unicorns. Like, you guys must see the insanity in what you're saying and how ridiculous it is and how it's really fantasy. Like, we can have fun with fantasy, but we can't just live in fantasy. We can't actually start turning fantasy into, I mean, sometimes fantasies can become reality, right? Like if you fantasized about, say, some girl and then all of a sudden you see that girl, you meet that girl, and that's the girl, I guess that's kind of fantasy turning into reality in a weird way. But for the most part, like biologically, we can't would like to be or want to be or feel like we are. It's just insanity is what it is. Yeah, I'll go one step further. I truly believe it's a mental disorder. Like for example, if I sat here and pretended that I'm an actual cat long enough, wouldn't you guys think that I was insane and I was crazy? Like if I started really talking serious, like, no, seriously, dude, I'm a cat. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, seriously, dude, stop it. Stop. I'm not messing around here. I'm a cat. I'm a calico. I'm a calico. So it's like, I'm a cat of every race. I'm a calico. And I'm just serious about it nonstop. Could you take me serious anymore? That's the problem I think that the left is going to start having is at some point, nobody's going to take them seriously anymore because they're not being serious. Of course, it's a great thing to think that we can be whatever we want to be, and that saying when it's like you can be whatever you want to be. I don't think it meant that we could change our race or our sex, for sure. I think it was more in line to. We can be a good person, a bad person. We can be a successful person, a non-successful person, a rich person, a poor person. I think that's more what it meant. That's more what it was meant to be. Or you could be a guitar player, or you could be a great pool player. Or it's like it's got to be something realistic when they say you can be whatever you want to be. Like there's a good Brady Bunch clip. Look it up. It's funnier than heck. The little Brady kids. The brother's going, you guys can be whatever you want to be. And then one of the kids says, I can't remember which kid they were talking to, but he says, I want to be black. It's like, well, dude, you can't be black. You were born white. It's like, you can put on some makeup or whatever, fantasy and do it that way. But the reality is you're born whatever you're born is what you are, right? And we shouldn't be ashamed of whatever we are, black, white, red, yellow, whatever we are. We shouldn't be ashamed of it, and we shouldn't be picked on for being it, but we shouldn't pretend that we're something else either. We got to keep things, realistic, right? There's nothing wrong with being what you are, especially in the United States, because this is the great melting pot, right? If you're an actual citizen, not somebody that sneaks into our country and pillages our country for the welfare system and whatever else they can get out of it, but if you're an actual system, this is the great melting pot. All the races at one point, way down the line, I don't know, way down the line, maybe thousands and thousands of years, we'll probably eventually all be the same race, right? Because we're going to mix our races
together slowly. We're going to become one race. Who knows what that's going to be? But I think that's the ideal, the great melting pot. Or maybe we'll have little subdivisions of many races like we kind of have now. I really don't know how it's going to play out, but this is supposed to be the great melting pot. But don't pretend you're something you're not. Generations and generations and generations from now, like say I'm white now, but let's say my genes mix with a different race for many, many, many years. Eventually, you could change that way, but you're not going to change just because you say you're something else. Like at one point, maybe I'll let's say I become through generations and generations of children, they become majority say black, right? And they got like 1% white, which came say from me. You can change your genetics that way, but not by instantly saying you're something that you're not. Or same with men or women. Like obviously, when my wife has kids, there's going to be men, women, boys, girls, whatever, right? You can change your genetics that way by sharing your genetics, but you're not going to make it happen instantly. So let's stop pretending. Stop pretending. We just gotta stop pretending because it makes you look stupid. It makes you look stupid. When, like, if I truly believe I'm a cat, that makes me look really stupid or mental. It's one or the other, or both. Maybe I'm mental and stupid. Like, yeah, I can make some cat sounds and I can throw some cat contacts in, and I can pin my ears back with actual pins. But that doesn't make me a cat, guys. It doesn't make me a cat. Not even a cool cat, right? It just makes me a human that wants to pretend they're a cat. And maybe we should be sensitive to me if I truly believe my cat. Maybe we should show some sensitivity towards me because, dude, I messed up, right? I think I'm a cat, so maybe we should be sensitive towards me, or maybe we should shock me and go, dude, you're not a cat, and shock me into reality. I don't know the best method here. Probably shock me would be the best method. Maybe get me out of my own head, right? Like, dude, you're not a cat. Shock me use an actual shocker every time I say I'm a cat. Shock me until I stop thinking I'm a cat. Who knows? Who knows? We gotta use some reality, folks. We do. We gotta use some reality here. Well, we don't have to. If you want to have fun and pretend you're a damn. If you want to be a man and pretend you're a woman, go ahead. If you want to be a human and pretend you're a cat, go ahead. Not too many people are going to believe you, I guess is what I'm saying. And you shouldn't tell us we have to believe you because now you're making us dumb. If we start believing it, we have become dumb. I know. Super Salty's racist. Did you hear him saying he was a cat? That's the R word, right? That stops the debate instantly. He's racist. Thinks he's a cat. He's racist against cats. I don't know why that is, why the leftist always wants to use that to stop a good conversation. Because I know it's silly, but it's also a good conversation that needs to happen. We got to shock some people back into reality, right? It's a conversation that really shouldn't happen. It's not being insensitive. I think it's being insensitive almost to let people pretend they're a cat. Bring their kitty litter box to school or whatever. I think that's insensitive in a way. But I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. I could be wrong. But to me, I would want my children to be told that if they're pretending they're a cat at school all the time, every single day, licking the teacher's hand or whatever, I would want somebody to say, Super Salty, your child is acting like a cat in school every day. Do you want us to tell your child to stop that, or should we just allow this to continue? I go, oh my God, please do stop it. Please do stop it. Don't let my kid pretend he's a cat. I mean, if it's in a play or something, that's fine, but I don't want him to start believing he's a cat. Or if he's a man, I don't want him to start believing he's a woman. Or if it's a girl, I don't want them to start are believing they're a man, that leads to serious complications down the line, you know? Leads to unneeded and unwanted surgeries, for sure. I mean, sometimes people need to be told the truth. Or honestly, since we're using the word honestly, we should always be honest about stuff like that, in my opinion. Catamus Reximus, do you think you're a cat? Is that why you're using the name? I bet you can't meow half as good as me. I bet I'm a better cat than you. I'm not trying to pick on Catamus Reximus, but since we're talking about cats, that brings up that name. And I know I've gone well over the 10-minute limit of getting to be talking about a cat. But I know we're well over that 10 minutes. But we're not going to be dictated by outsiders on how long we can talk about something either. We're going to talk about whatever we want here. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But mostly reality, right? Reality. Let's use a little reality, folks. There's nothing wrong with some reality. Hey, Adam's a really good friend of mine now. We've become like, okay, I'm going to say it again. I come here to make friends, not enemies. But he's kind to me. I'm kind to him. I respect what he says. Whether he agrees with me on everything or not, it doesn't matter to me. But he's been kind to me. I'm respectful, and I've been respectful to him. His guitar playing is unbelievable. He's a good guy, and he's calm. Like when I'm a little bit worked up, he can calm me back down and kind of really am. I'm not like, no, like I have a lot, and I don't have a problem with my friends giving me a reality check either. I've had a few of those. Even Sandy, right? Boy, I got a reality check there. You never know where it's going to come from. Like, you should have listened to us. Yeah, you're right. I should have listened to you. But I had to do my own due diligence. It's just, it's me. That's not going to change. I'm not going to. I gotta find out and know for myself. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's what you would say would make a good juror too, where they're not just gonna be swayed by because somebody else said so. They're gonna do their own research. They're gonna put their own time and thought into it, into the process of knowing if it's true or not. Even pictures these days doesn't say everything. Wasted money is what it is. They can play it. They just look at it as, hey, we can get more. There's still plenty of tax money sitting on the table. We'll send it to Ukraine and we'll bring it back that way. And that's called laundering, by the way, or washing your money. When you just steal the taxpayers' money, that is the biggest crime of laundering money ever. When you send it to a foreign country and then you bring it back around into your own campaigns and stuff, that's money laundering. Jessica Tarlin, give me our token lefty. Please do that. You're gonna replace Jeff as our token lefty. Jeff's he's too in line with us to be our token lefty. We're gonna get more. Can you do that, Edward? Make an alternate name, Jessica Tarlin, and come back in here. Can't you identify as Jessica Tarlin? If I can identify as a cat, you ought to have no issues making that jump over to Jessica. I don't know if they've ever asked they. I don't know if they've ever asked they. It should be more they should ask her or him, but since we're going to identify as they, I don't know if they've asked they. If they is a man or a woman or cat or whatever, something else, something other than human, I don't have a clue. My guess is that Jessica Tarlin is a woman. That would be my guess for sure. But if I misidentified you, Jessica, you tell us when you want him there or whatever the heck. You guys. I'm filling out a book right now, guys. I'm still here. Let's get this out. We having fun today, guys? I hope we're having fun. It's all in fun.
and good fun.
Trust me, my heart can't out everyone. I know I'm coming off as teasing and all, but hey, when we have these people that think they can identify it, should like stand them up next to a bridge, push them off, and say, identify as a bird, and let me know how that works. I think they would learn real quick, huh? I don't know. I'm starting to think that maybe that identity thing isn't working so well. Like we can't actually pretend we're something we're not. I mean, you can, but it doesn't always work out real well. I guess is what I'm saying. It doesn't always work out. A bird. Now, there used to be people that took LSD and stuff and thought they were birds. They learned real quick. You can real quick can identify as what. It's just the way it works. And if you want to be a man pretending you're a woman, I hate to say it, but I think nature eats you alive just the same as the great whites would eat you alive if you were swimming around with them pretending you were a great white shark. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. What do you think? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Nightbot, can you hear me?
Cam, are you still here? I have a question for you. Are you still here? I have questions for you, Cam. You might have the answers. Cam, are you here? Cam, I have questions. Isn't Adam awesome? Adam's awesome. Cam, are you here? Salty kitty cat to Cam? Salty kitty cat to Cam. Can you hear me? Over. Salty kitty cat to Cam. Can you hear me? Over. Cam, salty kitty cat to Cam. Can you hear me? Copy. Over. Cam, I have a question. It's about identity. It's about identity. The way I want to identify Cam. Cam, can you hear me? Over. Over. Cam, can you hear me? What's up, Jen? Jen, you probably think I am nuts, huh, Jen? I said the darndest things, huh? Cam, can you hear me? Cam, can you hear me now? Do I gotta get louder? Do I have to meow? Do I have to hiss? What do I gotta do to get you to hear me, Cam? There you are. Hey, so Cam, I did have to get louder, and you heard me. I was gonna meow next. So my question to you is: one, can I identify as a great white shark? We'll start there. Oh, Tommy's going. Tell Tommy chat hello for me from the Super Salty. Kitty Cat Super Salty. Okay, so I can identify as a great white shark. Now, should I be taken seriously as identifying as a great white shark? If I truly believe I'm a great white shark, should you take me seriously? Like, say, yeah, I think he is. We're getting there, Elm. Elm, you're out ahead of me. Darn it. Let me get there. You're out ahead of me. Cam, should I be taken seriously as a great white shark? And society, should you guys take me seriously? Should nature take me seriously that I am now identifying as a great white shark? Because you want to be taken.
You guys want to identify as whatever, and you want to be taken seriously. So I'm asking you, should I be taken seriously if I believe I'm a great white shark? I'm a shark now. What am I? A cat or a shark? I'm so confused. Well, actually, it does correlate, to be very honest, Edward. Uh, it actually does correlate. It's like just thinking you're something, it is a mental state of being, right? It's just you think that, but it's not a reality. And possibly what's going on here is it's not reality. They think there's something they're not. And instead of actually, I guess, addressing the symptoms, we're, we're going along with it and saying, well, they must be, that man must be a woman. They think they are. But my point is, Steve, you're out ahead of me too. You got way out ahead of me too. You're not letting me finish my thought. You've gone clear past every step. So my next step would be, now that I should be taken seriously by society, my next question would be, should I be taken seriously biologically? Because if I'm being taken seriously biologically that I'm a shark, then I should be able to go out there and swim around with great white sharks, right? And be fine, right? Because I identify, and they should take me seriously too now that I'm a shark. You know? But what I'm getting at is that sometimes a mental state of being, when do we decide that the person's actually just mental, or they really are a woman trapped in a man's body? Where do we decide this? Has anybody considered that? Where's the science that decides whether they really truly are a man stuck in a woman's body, or they're just mental? Because a lot of these people are going to be mental. That, you know, like me, if I were to think I was a cat, and there are people out there that think they're cats and dogs and stuff. Would you consider those people mental? I mean, just because I'm a man and I think I'm a woman, do you take away even the possibility that they're mental? Like, it's not even a possibility? Have you considered that? Or are we just going to label every single one of them that thinks they're a man, that thinks they're a woman, is absolutely a woman? Because I identify that way. At some point, I feel like you're not doing the person any justice. Maybe there, I'm not saying it's not possible that a man can be stuck in a woman's body. I'd see where nature gets confused often, right? And it literally could be happening. I believe it literally could be happening. But how often is it actually the person's just mentally ill? Is it never? Sometimes? Always? Where is it? Like, you're dismissing what I have to say. I'm not dismissing what you have to say. I'm looking for answers. And that would be one that I would certainly be interested in, is how many men are actually trapped in women's bodies, or vice versa, or how often is it a case of being mentally ill? And I'm not trying to be insensitive, but it sounds like to me that that's a possibility as well. Do you agree? Um, that's a good question. Now, how do I feel about military having mandatory gender affirming care? Um, I don't know how I feel about that. I have to think about that. It does seem strange. Yeah, I'll let Adam figure that out, because I'm going to ask Adam later anyhow. Maybe we can figure it out together here now. I'm not judgmental. Um, I think if, let's say, like I said, if you're actually mentally ill, a woman that thinks they're a man or a man that thinks they're a woman, if we can decide if there's are cases of that, in that case, they probably shouldn't be in the military, right? Uh, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm certainly not against the questions being presented in here. We should, and I'm taking you seriously too. Like you guys don't take me serious. I understand why you guys don't take me seriously. It's like clown around a lot. But I mean, I have some serious thoughts in my head, and I have some doubts, and I wonder. I do wonder about things. I don't know. I think military should be a solid place if we're going to stick these people out there to defend our country. It seems odd having this whole thing playing out where people are too stuck on trying to decide whether they're a man or a woman. Like, how can they have time to fight for our country? I mean, I don't know. We got to talk about it. I think mental illness should be a disqualifier for the military. I mean, I don't want to be fighting next to somebody that suddenly identifies me as the enemy in the middle of the fight. It's like, if they're able to switch so quickly on you, I don't think mental illness belongs in the military. When you have to trust the person right next to you, like your life depends on it, right? And it does often. They should be a pretty solid individual. I really don't even like having women fighting on the front line, to be honest. I'm not going to say they shouldn't, but I feel like they shouldn't. Because I feel like if a woman got captured, say we're a man, woman on the front line, I think I would do things more than I would do if it was a man, I think it could bring some danger into it because the fear of what you think men on the other side are going to do to that woman, nature makes men want to be even more protective of a woman if they were captured, right? I think. I don't know. Good questions, though, and I welcome those questions, Al. Gender affirming care. I don't know. Define gender affirming care for me. Break it down. I need to understand it better. What's the care they're getting? Just to affirm that they are what they are? Break it down more for me, please. Gender affirming care. Break it down better. Let's break it down into some simple terms for everybody in here to understand. And let's talk about it. Gender affirming care. Should it be handled in the military? What is it? So, to give men testosterone to make them more manly, that's the care that you speak of? Is that what you're saying now? Like I said, break it down for me better, please, so we can have a proper discussion. I think there's cases where men or women hormones can be off a little, and maybe they need or want to be helped a little bit. I don't think we should try to make. Man, that's a good question, man. I don't think we should try to make men crazy with too much testosterone, right? Probably become like they have rabies, right? I don't know. There's got to be a limit to it. Yeah, read it for us, Jen. Look into it for us. Let's have an actual discussion about these things. I think he poses a good question. I just don't fully understand it. I mean, I don't need somebody to give me more testosterone. I have plenty. I have plenty. But if I'm not sure, like I said, break it down for me so we make sure we're speaking apples to apples. You know what I'm saying now? Make sure everybody's talking about the same thing. So, because that's where a lot of confusion is. We're all talking about something different on the same subject because we all see it differently. I might be done here. Let's see anything in here. I see something right there. Break it down into simple terms for everybody to understand, and let's have an actual conversation about it. Without my clowning around. I'll try not to clown around, too. I get a little caught up in my clowning around sometimes. But it's a fair question. Well, have you read it? I mean, end to end. Have you read it end to end, front to back? How to, it's like, I'm gonna, for just a second, I'm gonna take your word. It doesn't mean I'm gonna still do my due diligence, but for a minute, I'm gonna take your word. I'm sure there's more to it than what you've told us. So, fill us out. What is Trump proposing? Better fighters? Like giving them a bunch of testosterone? I can see where that might make better fighters if that's the question. I mean, if you make people that lack testosterone and you give them more, I don't think we should give it to the women. I don't want to see a bunch of hairy women out on the battlefield. Well, yeah, it would be, okay, Jen puts on makeup to look like a woman. Providing that Jen is actually a woman. Gender affirming care is simple. Do what? What's wrong with a woman putting on makeup? Some women don't like makeup at home. I understand that. Miss Salty likes it. Some of it is made from petroleum. Who are we giving the gender affirming to? People that are confused? Explain. Break it down for me. Yeah, I like the makeup on her. I like it. It sounds like a distraction, Edward, but I'm gonna. I mean, we have nothing but time. I'm just sitting here anyhow, so it's not a waste of time to talk about this. I'm certainly not locked in on it, but I'm interested in something. Al brought it up. Break it down. Tell me exactly what he's trying to tell us, and then I'll have better insight. What? So what matters to one person might not matter to another, Edward. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? Who knows?
Hey, if you want it, they will fill it up, or you want to wait for these people?
I can wait. I don't care.
You want it that I fill it up,
Whoever wants to, I don't care.
or you work for hours?
Um,
Whatever is best for you, you know?
Yep. I can wait. I don't care.
Okay.
Don't take it. Take a break.
Yeah?
Yeah, take your break.
Okay.
I like makeup on women, and if they like it, I don't see a problem with it. It's not for everyone. Like Elm doesn't like it. Miss Salty, this is a fact, Edward. This is a fact. Miss Salty does say, "Why would any man want to be a woman? Look at all the work we have to do just to go outside." So I see Elm's point there. She goes, "Why would any man want to be a woman?" and the hormones, she says, "Why would they want to go through our hormonal changes and stuff? Why would they want to do that?" It confuses her. And it insults her too, you know, what women have to put up with, and a man just thinks they can step right in and be one, right?
we can go all over the place with this. But I'm more interested in what Edward had or Al had to say. Break it down. Tell me exactly what Trump has been pushing for this gender affirming. What does it mean? What does it entail? Break it down for us. Anybody that knows, break it down. I'm going to be honest. I did not know anything about it. I don't need affirming. I know what I am. See, and I get that, Elm. My mom's not big on makeup. I don't even know she wears any, to be honest. But she's not big on it either. It's a lot of work, right? It's a lot of work to put on makeup and stuff every day, which is, comes back to Miss Salty's point. She loves it. She gets all thrilled when she's buying it. She goes in and has a specialist put it on her face sometimes. But she also obviously must not like it completely when she makes statements like, why would any man want to be a woman? All this work we have to do to look good, she says. Al, are you still here? Are we going to break this down a little better? Or are you just going to come in here and make a statement about Trump, the usual liberal shit? It's all Trump's fault. Trump. Are you for the affirming? Are you against the affirming? What are you, I don't even understand what you're saying. Break it down. Make yourself more clear. Make this a good discussion. Al's hiring Edward, sure. Edward's a good sport, honestly. Well, I hope he's doing a good job, and I hope Al has his makeup on for Edward. Al, did you put your makeup on for Edward? And did Trump pay for it? I don't think Trump should be paying for all this makeup. Well, I hope they do their hanky-panky in the private and put makeup on each other and do whatever they got to do. I don't dislike them. I don't think they dislike me, honestly. They're actually fairly nice to me. But I don't agree with a lot of what they say. And they don't agree with a lot of what I say. And I think that's fair. But you know what they don't like? Edward and Cam hate this. Meow. Meow. Wow. Although I bet Edward makes those sounds when Al's over. This is the sound that Edward makes when Al's over. Meow. 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 Couple horny cats. Actually, I think Edward has a girlfriend. I think he said he has a girlfriend. So I don't want to insult his girlfriend. I'm sure they love each other. I'm guessing your girlfriend is a girl, right? Not a man that identifies as a girl, or would that still make it your girlfriend either way? I don't know. I don't know. It's so confusing, the world you guys want to live in. No, thank you. I'm good. What kind of girlfriend do you have? Maybe I'm giving you credit for something that I don't understand. But he did tell me he has a girlfriend. And Al, I'm guessing he has a daughter. So I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe he adopted the daughter. But I'm guessing there was a woman in his life as well. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Let's see what. She's a liberal feminist English teacher from Seattle. She's an indoctrination machine. Why? Why does she want to be an indoctrination machine? Coming for your children. Oh, see, you're just messing with us. You had me going for a second, though. That's pretty funny. But you know what? There's a lot of truth to that. I mean, maybe it's not your girlfriend, but a lot of these teachers, unfortunately, are trying to teach people, what to think, not how to think, and to think only how they think. They're not leaving anybody free thinking anymore. That was pretty good, though. You had me going for a minute. That was a good one. Yeah, Seattle tells you a lot. Same with Portland, right? When you hear Portland, they're from Portland. It's like, they're usually pretty liberal. Liberals used to be way different. They've really changed in the last, I'd say, 15 years. Yeah, is this like Beetlejuice, where you have girlfriends, but you've never even met them. You've just only talked to them on the internet. It's like, talk about somebody that doesn't live in reality, right? That's my girlfriend. You never even met her. You're getting all worked up, and you never even met her. She's like just a social media online voice or text message is what she really is. You have not laid eyes and felt the real chemistry by touching someone that way. Well, tell her hello, by the way, Edward. Tell your girlfriend Super Salty says hello. She's welcome to come in here and share her ideas and thoughts. I'm open to everything. Doesn't mean I'm open to doing everything, but I'm open to ideas and listening to how people live and think and what makes them tick. I'm drinking my orange soda right now. I'm just sitting here doing nothing. That's interesting, him. I've never heard anybody say that. Onion rings from your penis. Are they little tiny onion rings or big giant onion rings? Oh, I got a phone call. Hang on, you guys can probably tell I have a call, right? Be right back. Okay, guys. Can you guys hear me? You can be serious and have some fun in here as well, Edward. I mean, I know some people hate social media. I was that person just, 6 years ago. My wife put it on for me. I hated social media, and she was always on it. Anyhow, I'm getting a call from the sheriff because apparently one of my friends has been missing for a couple weeks, and they're trying to find this person. It's actually a person I grew up with. So I got to call the sheriff back. One of my sons just called me and said, "Hey, man, they're looking for your friend." I'm like, "You're kidding me." So I got to figure out what's going on there. So I gotta call this sheriff. I guess they found his car 2 weeks ago, and but, man, this sounds like serious. I'm gonna try to be right back because I don't have a lot of information. I know where he lives and stuff, so that's about all I can give them is where I know he lives. But let me take this call, and I'll be right back. Just hang out. Should be quick. Is that Sheriff Robilius or something? I don't know. I gotta call him. My son sounded really worried. Weird, missing. My missing friend's name is actually Tim too. Let me find out. Let me find out what's going on. Yeah, I hope he's okay. Okay.
Hang on, guys. I just wrote down the sheriff's number. Trying to take care of this. What time is it? Okay, I'm gonna go out here in the parking lot and try to make this call. What did I do with my earpiece? If I lose you guys, I'll start my stream back up later. But I gotta find out what this sheriff wants. I can give him at least some known addresses and stuff. I guess they found his car, and he's been reported as missing. But they found his car 2 weeks ago. His mail all comes to my house, is why they're calling me. I'll get to the bottom of this. It's really strange. Ooh, this is weird. Hang on, I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call in a minute. Damn it. It's always something, huh? I've actually talked about this guy before to you guys, too. Is that tires? The guy that's missing was my friend that got the highest math test ever at LCAT. Ever. And then he was accepted to the Air Force and Naval Academies, and he ran away. I know what that noise was. Then he ran away. So he never went to the academy. He was supposed to. He was going to go be a pilot and everything. And he's a little mental. But he's been living homeless for like the last 10 years. But he comes by and visits me, and all of his mail comes to my house. But now they say he's missing. I haven't talked to him. Like, he called me a couple weeks ago, and he was acting really strange, too. So, see if I get to where I can make this call to the sheriff. I'm going to. See if I can lend a hand somehow. He's too smart for his own good, is what he was. This guy is like big time genius, but he lived in another world. Like, talk about fantasy and stuff, right? He kind of was like the beautiful mind. He like just said the oddest things. Always been. He was a childhood friend of mine, so he's always been my friend. But he was too smart. Like, I don't know, something was never quite right with him. So hopefully this is just him having some issues or something, and hopefully we can get him located. The fact that he's been missing for 2 weeks sounds really odd. So bear with me. I gotta make this call. I just gotta get somewhere that I can make this call. So I'll talk to you guys until I get to somewhere I can make this call. What a strange thing. Really
tripping me out, to be honest. Be right back. Okay, I got the call in. I'm waiting for the call back now. So, if I go away real suddenly, it's because I gotta take a phone call about my missing friend that's been missing for 2 weeks. I think it's about 2 weeks ago I talked to him. He was acting weird. Like he would say something and then I'd say something back and he would just sit there for minutes not saying anything. Really weird. I even told my wife that was the strangest phone call ever. It sounded really off. I might have missed the signs that something was wrong. I just thought he was being strange, but maybe there was something else going on. Well, I hope he's okay. I have his phone number. That might help. Yeah. I think if the sheriff's latest phone number, maybe they don't have that.
Okay. I will try to tell the other driver, but
All right, I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. I got to make a phone call. I'm going to try to do it right now. I don't think it'll cut you guys out, though. You guys still should be able to continue talking.
That's out of the way. All right, I'm back to right now. Haven't gotten anywhere with my phone call. The sheriff has not answered. My son tried to call him back as well. I called his phone number. It just says the voicemail. The voicemail is not set up for call or for messages. So that got me nowhere. I used to be able to leave a message. I don't know if he turned it off or what. Who knows? Weird. You got a missing friend. A missing friend. That is so strange. They found his car, but not him. Two weeks. 2 weeks, and I'm just hearing about it today. Can you guys hear me? Or am I talking to myself? Can you hear me? Can you hear me running? Hear me calling your name. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Start the stream over. Maybe I need to start it over. Hello? Hello? Oops. Hello? Connected? That's not true, because when I call his phone, it just says the voicemail's not set up. So they must have the wrong phone number. Of course, I can't leave a message though, right? Because I was trying. Yeah, he's been missing 2 weeks. They found his car 2 weeks ago. Can you hear me running? Can you hear me? don't think we need to have sex ed in the first or second grade, third or fourth or fifth. I don't know when we should have it. Probably around puberty, right? That might be when the boys are actually starting to get interested in the girls, and the girls are getting interested in the boys, and I guess in their case, when the boys are getting interested in the boys, that's probably more when maybe they can stand to be happening to them. But ultimately, nature's going to lead you in the right direction, unless somebody's brainwashed you to believe something else. Nature just kind of takes over. Miss Salty said she knew when she was boy crazy. It just hit her. She said that's all she could think about. And it's the same with guys. Like, I know when I became, I guess you'd say, girl crazy, right? It just hit me, man. I knew it. I didn't need anybody to teach me it. But maybe had I been being taught that I shouldn't be thinking that way, maybe I would have got confused. And that's probably what's going to happen. You're going to confuse people. They're going to I have all these feelings, but I'm being told to be this. It might just confuse people. So, lay it out there on the table and let them decide. But we don't need to be teaching it to little kids for sure. They need to be playing with their little dump trucks and dolls and whatever the heck they like, right? Let's not confuse them further, because it's when you hit puberty, things are confusing enough without somebody trying to tell you how you should think. But your attraction is, I think, nature will guide you in the right direction if you don't have people trying to direct you in a different direction. Like, I don't think the bees and the bees? I don't think the bees have anybody. Like, I don't think it's a queen bee saying, "You bees must have sex with the boy bees, you drone bees." I think it's they probably through nature just know what to do to keep their little civilization going, right? Nature's pretty strong. Same with survival. Nature's pretty strong. Wants you to survive. But we're trying to manipulate nature so much that all we're doing is confusing ourselves. Yeah, homophobia is almost like yelling racist, to be honest. I mean, they could be talking about a girl they don't like, and is that a phobia? Just because that girl doesn't turn them on or whatever, right? Just because men don't turn on some men doesn't mean they're homophobic. It's just not a turn on to them through nature. There's certain girls that don't turn on certain guys, and there's certain guys on certain girls, but that doesn't mean it's a phobia. But that's a way of trying to make somebody feel bad about themselves, right? You homophobic. You freaking homophobic. You racist. And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make them feel bad about joking around. And that's all. That's all they're really doing, joking around. The locker room talk, the playground talk. It's been going on forever. Where kids, it started when we were little kids, teasing other kids. And they're just kidding around and teasing. It's teasing. Just teasing. It doesn't make them homophobic or ugly girl phobic or you know what I'm saying, or ugly guy phobic. It's preference. A lot of it's just preference. Would you agree? A lot of it's preference. If you're a dude and you like it, dude, that's your preference, right? But just because another dude doesn't like it doesn't make him phobic. It makes him not attracted to it. I'm not attracted to men. I never have been. Very attracted to women. And I don't think I should be shamed for being attracted to women. I believe that's what nature intended, to be quite honest. I think it's I'm not going to put you down for if you're a man and you like other men. I'm not going to put you down, but it does seem like it's kind of trying to defy nature in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like the parts don't exactly do what they're supposed to do when it's two men. We know that the chemistry between a man and a woman, when you put the two ingredients together, you get a baby often, right? So you kind of know that that's how it was meant to be. But I don't think it makes you homophobic because it's not your preference. And it shouldn't be forced on kids that they need to prefer as a man, or a woman needs to prefer a woman as they're a woman. Nor do we need to be pushing what nature's going to push by itself. It'll just happen, right? It'll just happen. You know what I'm saying? But you're just trying to shame people when you start calling them racist and homophobic. And, it's kind of belittling, to be honest. And it's nonsense. What it does is it ends a discussion. And if we can't have discussions without trying to end them constantly because we don't like what we're hearing, we're never going to find that common ground that I keep talking about. And we need to find that common ground. We need to understand that even if there's some man that he likes another man, as long as he's not like pushing it on me and he just wants to be all business or friends or whatever, that's fine with me. Like I said, I don't think it's what nature intended, but I'm not God either, so who am I to say? Who am I to say? No, we're not arguing. Meow. By the way, Kenya. Meow, meow, meow. Not arguing. We're having discussions and trying to find some common ground without insulting each other is what we're actually trying to do. And I think when you start calling people racist and homophobic and all these terms, they're really just push-button terms to end the conversation and try to make you, the person that says it, believe that they're just right. And I don't believe they're just right. They just ended a conversation where maybe they would have found some common ground or come to some kind of agreement had they just kept talking instead of just start insulting. Like, we don't get anywhere when we just start insulting each other. We just don't. It's just it's a buzzkill for sure, right? At the very least. Just my beliefs, guys. Don't. I'm not pushing them on any of you. It's just my beliefs. There's probably people that agree with me. There's probably people that disagree with me. There's probably people that agree with some of what I say. There's probably some people that agree with nothing I say. But that's okay. We can still be friends. We can still be friends. Yeah, live and let live, right? But don't try to make people feel guilty. People are starting to make heterosexuals feel guilty. And what are they, heterosexual phobia going on there? No, it's just what they just don't prefer it. It's just not their preference. But we shouldn't shame each other no matter what it is. Let's have a conversation about it. How about that? Let's have an actual conversation about it instead of shaming each other. Let's find the common ground that makes it so we can live in society together as one and not push our ideas so much on others. But, you know, like I said, I believe nature intended it to be a certain way, but I'm not God either. But I shouldn't be shamed for having my beliefs and thoughts. By being called a racist or homophobic. Hey, I'm sure there's plenty of women that say, don't bend over in front of a straight man. I'm sure it's said, you know. But I would think that they're joking mostly. Otherwise, you're absolutely right. I read what you said earlier. If it's a serious thing, then yeah, that's like a rapist, right? It's like, I don't think that's what they intended by what they were saying at all. I don't think they believe because they so-called, you know, quote unquote, bend over and pick up the soap that they're actually going to get jabbed, right? I think they're just playing around. You think it is, and it gets you out of having to discuss it, but it's not. I don't think it's bigoted, homophobic, and we're starting to make it so we can't talk because everything's racist. You know, everything's racist, everything's homophobic. We're getting rid of words. We're getting rid of thoughts, expression. We're getting rid of all of it. We're getting rid of humor. Look at all the stuff we're getting rid of. why can women bending over be raped? I don't believe either way you should be raped. I think it should be consensual. We're not wild animals anymore. We're civilized now. So there was a time when that's actually how it would have worked. You know, there is actually a time when I'm sure the cavemen just took whoever they wanted. But I don't know. I didn't live in those days, but maybe they had an agreement back then too. All right, let's roll.
Let's roll.
Oh, did I get around that pile?
Hopefully he moves it enough. We got a new loader, finally.
Oh, wow. Is that other one still leaking?
Yeah, unrepairable.
Oh, wow.
I think you'll make it. Kind of like this pile.
Yeah, I'll have a better chance when he gets out of the way.
Yeah, shoot the gap, bro.
Go for it.
Go right here on the left side of the pile.
I'd go around into the grass.
Yeah.
I saw him hit the tree yesterday.
Oh, shit.
The bobtail.
Dude,
It was the other guy, the short guy that was here.
a Benji.
Yeah, he hit the tree.
Hell yeah.
Sitting there, and I saw the whole tree.
Dude, these guys, hey, they're all laborers.
Yes, I know.
They get in tractors.
And then they're operators.
No, they're dangerous.
Just like that. Operating, a lot of times, it's some people have a knack and some don't. I'm talking to the guy at the job site. He's young, he's 19. He's becoming an operator, but like I told him, some have a knack, some don't. Yeah, we don't need to be raping people though. But we got to stop being so sensitive and ending conversations always with the word rape, racist, bigoted. A lot of times we just end conversations with the word bigoted, right? Because then you start wondering, like, a lot of people don't even know what it means, right? So that just ends the conversation. It's like, oh, I'm doing something wrong. But when it's joking, let's use the J word, joking. We need to learn how to joke with each other and not take everything so serious. It's like we take too much serious. I mean, there's times to be serious, and if somebody's getting raped, we should certainly be serious about that. But if, when people are just joking around, like don't drop the soap. To me, that's just joking around. Prison talk, right? It's prisoner talk. And to be honest, I mean, I've never been in prison. But I bet most of those men aren't jabbing each other. It's just to scare the rest of us from wanting to go to prison. I think. I could be wrong. Hang on, I gotta take this call. No, I don't need to take this call. I'm gonna decline this call. Too much conversation ending statement, a word, just a word, right? Ends the conversation. We need to have conversations, people. We can't just ignore each other's feelings and thoughts. We can't dismiss each other over everything. Yeah, but just because you call somebody out on what you think, the way you interpreted the behavior doesn't mean you're correct. It's the way you've interpreted it. It's the way you perceived it. All jokes can be perceived. A lot of jokes can be perceived as pretty bad, right? The context that you put it into, it's how you're interpreting it.
It's your perspective. There's a lot of ways to look at things, and if you want to look at things in a really negative way, you can take almost any joke and call somebody a bigot or racist or whatever, right? You just you're taking away the ability to joke around and have some fun at times. And I'm not speaking for anybody here because I have to go back and read everything that was said, but I haven't done that. Yes, it's how you're perceiving it. But you know so much more than everybody else. You've decided that it's not how people are perceiving it, that you are God and you know how things work and you know exactly what they meant. And so it's the way you've perceived it. Look at the stuff George Carlin used to say. Some crazy stuff, right? I think telling somebody to fist themselves is the same as telling them to F off, right? I don't think they actually mean you should stick your fist in your rear end or whatever, right? We kind of know what the term means, but I don't think people actually expect you to do that. It's a way of telling people to F off. Or whatever. I've always considered when people say whatever, same as F off. Hey, I got a phone call. Let me take this. I'll be right back. This is just the way I see things. It doesn't mean it's fact. No more. Also, in the same line of thinking, I seriously doubt you're going to go so-called fist yourself because they told you to. That would be really insane. But I mean, that's not nice talk, that's for sure. Don't get me wrong. That's not being nice. I would say that. But I don't think they were being nice. Maybe you guys are all bickering and fighting. I don't know. We all got to be grown-ups here, right? I wouldn't like it if somebody told me to do that, but I'm not going to do it because they told me that. Even if they're joking, I would think, well, they're not being very nice. That's what I would certainly think that. I would get to that. I would get to that perception of what's being said. Perceived perspective. Hang on a minute, guys. back. I'm back. Back. You guys playing nicer in here now? You guys being nicer? You guys playing nice? I don't think any of it's literal. Edward, I don't think any of it's literal. People tease. I don't do that so much, but I think it's a lot of joking around. Not all joking's funny, like telling me to roll over into a lake of AIDS in my truck. I don't find that funny. I don't talk that way, but some people do. I just don't. I don't think I wrote my hours down on that ticket. I'll get it figured out. Yeah, I think I did actually. Let me check my hours and see if I get them right. Like, what's funny to me, or what's funny to somebody else, back to perspective, right? You guys thought it was all funny. Ha ha ha. Super salty, roll over in a lake of AIDS and die. You guys thought that was all funny, right? I'm picturing my truck rolling over, me sinking to the bottom of a lake and drowning, right? In my crashed truck. And I'm like, that's not funny. You know what I'm saying? To me, that's not funny. But to you guys, it was funny. That's why I started telling my dad jokes to try to teach you guys what I considered funny. I mean, telling somebody to bend over and fist himself or whatever, right? I mean, I don't find that funny, but I kind of know what it means. I guess they don't like you, maybe. And I'm guessing that's the case with you guys. When I'm over there, you guys just don't like me. So it's funny when you say something mean to me. So it's probably the same thing, Edward. It's probably the same thing. They probably just don't like you. I guess. I don't think rape's funny at all. Do you think me rolling over in a lake of AIDS and dying's funny? You guys all said it was just a joke. You all agreed on it that it was just a joke and it was funny, and that I should shut up. I didn't take any offense to it, because if I'm gonna roll over into a lake of AIDS, that would be on me. I don't think you guys can cause me to do that. So I don't take a lot of offense to it, but on the other hand, I also don't think it's funny. Like, I didn't see the humor in it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. I didn't see the humor in it. I think it was like I saw Beetlejuice complain because one time I was on Robert's channel. I don't know, Robert Escobar. I don't know if you know his channel, but we were talking about he was being a jerk in the channel, right? So I said, feed him to the hippos. And I literally don't mean feed him to the hippos, right? Because I don't own any hippos or know of any hippos that I can have access to. But he took it as a murder threat. Escobar is famous for the cocaine hippos. That's why I thought it was kind of funny. Because Robert Escobar, the biggest king of cocaine ever, was, what's his name? Escobar, something Escobar. Biggest drug king, cocaine king ever. Well, he owned hippos. And when he got mad at people, he fed them to the hippos. Has it. So I thought it lined up with Robert's channel because of, what's that other guy's name? The other Escobar. I can't think of his name right now. The drug lord. I thought it was just funny because his name is Robert Escobar.
Certainly, I wasn't actually suggesting we should feed Beetlejuice to hippos, right? Like I wouldn't even want to see that. That'd be horrifying. But it was a joke that not all jokes hit the mark, right? And that was one that I guess perhaps didn't hit the mark, but most people saw the humor in it that understood the whole Escobar thing, Robert Escobar, and I think what's the other Escobar's name? Drug lord down in Colombia. Owns the hippos, the cocaine hippos. I can't leave his name right now. But it was more of a reference type joke, not an actuality, more metaphorically, like joking around. But, that's perception again. Beetlejuice took it as an actual threat, and it certainly wasn't. And I would say that these guys telling you to fist yourself, although not funny, I don't think they actually expect you to do that, and I don't think you would. I mean, I wouldn't think you would. That doesn't sound very comfortable. You know what I'm saying? It just all goes back to perception and how people perceive things. And like Brett's so paranoid, he thought I was actually going to feed him to some hippos. I'm like, seriously, dude? Because he was upset. He got really upset. Beetlejuice. Like, I'm trying to feed me to the hippos. I wasn't threatening you. I was making a joke. Probably more similar to rolling over into a lake of AIDS. Maybe that means something to you guys somehow. I don't know. Escobar meant something to me, like Robert's a drug lord, which he's not, by the way, that I know of. Works at a hotel. I doubt he's a drug lord. But it was the whole Escobar reference is all it was. But that's how people perceive things. Yeah, they're in the wild. They escaped after Pablo. It's Pablo Escobar. After Pablo Escobar was shot to death by the police, his hippos, because nobody maintained his property, his hippos escaped into the rivers right around the ponds that he had. And I don't even know if anybody ever got fed to those hippos. It's one of those stories that they tell. Nobody knows for a fact, but they suspected that he was feeding them to. But they escaped into the river. It turns out they have no natural predators, right? And the weather's perfect for them, and they are doing quite well. So now they're starting to try to capture the hippos because they're eating all the fish and everything. They're not indigenous to the rivers, but they're in there now. They do quite well. They're actually causing more problems than being of help. But I guess if I was actually going to feed Beetlejuice to a hippo, I'd have to somehow get him to go down into Colombia and push him into the river, which I wouldn't do. It's all a joke that was funny to everybody but him because he was too paranoid. And to him, it was he took it as like quite literal meaning. And he ran around and told everybody I was trying to feed him to hippos for like a month. He just talked about it on your guys' channel not long ago. Super Salty shouldn't get mad. He tried to feed me to the hippos. it's so funny. It's just ridiculous. So then I started, there's this little hippo called Fiona. Look it up, Fiona. A baby little hippo called Fiona. Fiona, I believe is how it's spelled, Fiona. Everywhere I went that I would, like on Tommy's channel, Tommy would play it all the time. We'd play the videos of the baby hippo while they're pet. It's in the little... because he was so shell-shocked that we started sharing Fiona the hippo. Yeah, look it up, Fiona the hippo. You can share that here if you can find it. It's on my channel, I believe. It's in my channel somewhere under... What's it under? Not post. It's like where I put my music and everything. Playlist. I think it's under playlist Fiona the hippo. But yeah, that's for Beetlejuice. I say Fiona just for Beetlejuice, just to let him know that we were gonna feed him to Fiona. Fiona the hippo. But yeah, you can't take everything so literal. Like I don't like rolling over into the lake of AIDS. I can't take that literal. I know it's not being nice, but I also know that you can't force me to roll into a lake of hippo, as those guys can't force you to fish yourself. It's not being nice, but it's I guess they just don't like you. But I would get to it. Maybe you like them more than they like you. Maybe you don't like them. I have a feeling you don't like them. So it's maybe a mutual dispute there between all of you. Or maybe they're just teasing. Like, who knows? Yeah, I'm gonna ride a moose. No, I don't think they probably actually eat people, but they've been known to kill people because their mouths are so strong. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I don't think hippos actually eat people, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe they found a human inside a hippo once or something. That's not something I know of. It's, crocodiles will eat you, right? But I don't know if a hippo will. They'll kill you if like they're angry for some reason. I don't know. But Pablo Escobar, cocaine hippos, look it all up. Robert Escobar, that's the channel. That was the channel I was on when I said it. Just because I thought it was funny that the Escobar name, right? The cocaine hippos and the whole. I had just researched, so the whole story was in my head. So while Beetlejuice was being a dick to everybody like usual because he doesn't want to be friends and hates everybody, just in a joking way, I said feed him to the hippos. he got so angry. He got so angry. He was so triggered and paranoid for a month, thinking he was gonna be fed to a hippo. Not that I would want to be thrown in with the hippos because I think they could kill you. But it certainly wasn't my intention. Oh, I think this is an important phone call. Damn it, got to it too late. I think that was the missing person sheriff. Darn it. Yeah, it was a phone call. I think it was from the sheriff. Maybe he'll call right back. If he calls right back, I might try to answer. Could you imagine actually being afraid of a comment like that on social media? Like the guy whined and cried for like months. He was going around and telling everybody I was trying to murder him. Talking about trigger. But see, that's what I mean by perspective. He can't. That's how he felt. He felt threatened by that. So had I known he was gonna feel so threatened, I probably wouldn't have said it. I thought he might laugh, but maybe he didn't know about the cocaine hippos and he didn't get the joke. Which is why I say maybe I don't get your guys' joke. Me rolling over to a lake of AIDS and dying. Maybe there's something more to it that I'm not understanding. It just doesn't seem. It doesn't seem very nice. Who knows? Maybe it's nice. Maybe it's funny. It was so funny that you guys all laughed about it. You all laughed about it. So I guess we can all laugh about you fisting yourself. I don't know. But don't actually go do it. I think it'd be painful. I would recommend you not do that, actually. If you do happen to do it, probably use a lot of lubrication and hope your hands are tiny. I don't know what to say. I don't take any of it too serious, to be quite honest. Ultimately, I think we're all just having a little bit of fun. Yeah, probably wouldn't focus on it so much if maybe you were working or something, because then you realize you got bigger problems than that. Life is funny, huh? I don't think anybody does. You know, I think a pecker alone would be more than enough, right? That'd be too much. Certainly a fist would be terrible. Unless you got some little teeny hands. I don't know. Uh, I don't think anybody would want that, and I don't think anybody, when they say that, they think a person's actually going to go do it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's people that like doing that. What are you looking to do? What is your occupation, Edward? I mean, you don't have to share it, but I know that's kind of nosy, right? But if you want to share it, you can. What is your occupation, and what is it you will settle for? What is it you're trying to achieve or look for? Or, what's not good enough? Or, I mean, if you're fisting yourself, I hope you're not looking to work in the food industry. But I know you're not fisting yourself. I'm just being a smart ass. Mechanical engineer, that's awesome. Honestly, that is awesome. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. I'm stopped right now, just sitting here. Hey, my grandfather was one of the biggest engineers at Honeywell. He was huge. He's an executive there for many, many years. It's funny you bring up Honeywell. And he lived in Redmond, Washington, which Ultra Magnet knows where that's at. He lived in two places. He lived in Arizona on a golf course. What is it? Green Valley, I think. And then he lived in Redmond on another golf course. My grandfather loves golfing. All right, I'm gonna lose reception again here, and I think I should make my call. Here right now, since I'm here. I think that was. I didn't work for Honeywell. Oh, Edward wanted to work for Honeywell. Oh, yeah, my grandfather made a ton of money working for Honeywell. He's just an engineer for Honeywell. Okay. Oh, aerospace would be a good field to work in. You might be able to go work for Elon. How about that? That'll make all your woke friends really mad at you. But you'd probably make a lot of money working for Elon. Yeah, Ultra lived right near my grandparents. He knows exactly the golf course I'm talking about and everything.
get the money. Why not? You can get the money. I'm gonna make this call real quick. You know what? I'm not gonna make this call real quick. I'm gonna go do something else. I know Tim's been missing for 2 weeks, but what can I do right this second? I think my son's already shared all the information that I have, so my phone call is gonna be a whole lot of nothing probably. Yeah, do the aerospace. Then you can let us know if there's aliens. do that, Cam. Do the aerospace. Me and Elm are big time believers in the aliens, but I know a lot of people aren't, including my wife. But she's starting to change her mind. I'm making her watch how the universe works. She didn't realize the universe was so vast. Now she's seeing it. And I'm going to look at mathematically with all the chemistry has to be repeating itself. I go, how? So I think she's actually starting to change her mind on it a little bit. So lately she's really been into how the universe works. And I'm doing her own research, of course, but I'm making her watch it. I go, just watch this. I go, this is crazy. I certainly believe in Bigfoot less because I feel like that should have been discovered, but it's not. I mean, the pandas weren't discovered for how long? But now I think with all the cameras that are out there, we should have certainly found Bigfoot by now. In my opinion, maybe he's coming out of the ground, like they say, or maybe he is an alien. Some people believe he's an alien and he's not here very long. He jumps into his spacecraft and leaves. But there's nothing wrong with if you don't believe in aliens or you don't believe in Bigfoot, because the proof is more on your side if you don't believe, because nobody's actually shared any absolute proof yet. But I cannot look out into space and see all those stars and believe that the chemistry hasn't repeated somewhere. And that's just what I can see. There's many, many more stars than I can see. A lot of those stars they say that we see have already burnt out, but the light hasn't left yet. That's insane too. What if we find out all the stars have already died? That's like, whoa, but we're not going to know for 1 million years. We won't know because we won't be here, but you know what I'm saying. We're looking into a sky and there's no more stars, but we still see the light from when it was sent out, because of the speed of light. If it's far enough away, it also takes a long time to burn out. There's nothing wrong with that opinion. My wife has the same opinion as you, Ultra Dragon. Maybe that's why she watches your channel. you probably say stuff that she believes, who knows? But yeah, she's 100%. There are no aliens. There's no way they can survive. This is something special and has not repeated itself, is what she believes. I believe it's repeated itself not just once, but probably lots of times. But there's also the possibility that it's impossible to travel that far wherever it did repeat itself. Maybe it's just impossible for life forms to fly across the universe like that, right?
think that's a possibility, that everything's just too far away. Too far away. But all this stuff we're sending out into space, like Viking 1, Viking 2, all this stuff, who knows? It might land somewhere, but by the time they send something back, we're not going to know. We won't know, at least. But the gap might be filled to where some kind of communication will be made, right? It'll be made. But who knows? Maybe it'll get destroyed in space before it ever gets anywhere through a black hole or gravitational pull, or maybe it's still impossible to send anything. I look at the Viking 1 and the Viking 2 as like kind of throwing a bottle out into the ocean with a message in it. May make it, may not make it, who knows? It's probably harder for anything we send out into space to make it to another planet that's thriving. And then for them to even understand what was sent might be even impossible, right? It's such a huge, almost impossibility for us to communicate. But the Viking, I think I just heard it. We're still getting messages from it. All right, Alter, get back to work. We'll be here for a little longer. I'll be shutting down here before long, but I'll probably leave the stream running for a little bit like I did last time, just so that everybody can play whack-a-mole or whatever you guys want to do, or share sites that you go to or channels you go to or whatever. But I think we had a pretty good stream today, at least. Not too much drama, really. I think that the meowing might have kept the drama away. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Who knows? Yeah, white collar jobs are good, right? But you can't look down on the guys with blue collar jobs. I mean, it takes all of us to keep things working. It takes all of us. Although, if you're white collar, usually your crimes will get you less time. White collar crimes. Not always. Some of these Ponzi scams have gotten some people some pretty big amount of time in federal prison. But I think blue collar crimes get hit a little harder. Most crimes are blue collar crimes, I think. Yeah, the white collar stuff is slowly getting replaced, isn't it? So are the blue collar, though. Robotics is building cars and stuff, so a lot of the jobs are just kind of disappearing. Pretty soon we're not going to need anybody out there working. Everybody follows orders. I don't care who you are, you're following orders of someone if you're working. Like, for instance, I can run around and say, oh, yeah, I own my own company, I'm my own boss. Ultimately, I'm not my own boss because I got to answer up to somebody, or working for somebody or whatever. Everybody works for somebody, even at the very top. Like even Elon, as much money as he has, he still has to answer up to somebody to do his contracts. We all work for somebody. I think when you stop answering up to people is maybe when you retire. That's when you achieve your freedom, I believe. When you retire and you have plenty of money and you don't need to worry anymore. You just throw the money wherever you need to throw it. Do whatever you want. But while we are working, we're always answering up to someone. And that's not going to change. Unless we get, I guess, AI and robotics doing everything for us, but then we're going to need AI and the robotics to build everything themselves, get the materials everywhere. It seems like we're moving that direction for sure. I have no idea what to do for livings for sure. Is it important? You want to share it? You can share it if you want. Share what you do. If it's bothering you that we don't know, share it. Just because you share it won't make it true either, though. Who knows? Well, sounds like a waste of time job. Fighter for homophobics. Good. I hope you cure that. Maybe while you're curing homophobic, you can cure all the fantasy people that think they're something they're not too. Good luck with all that. My job is to fight homophobia. That's my job. Best way to fight homophobia is to ignore it. This way. What generation hasn't tried to destroy the world? The generation right now that's in charge, and the next generation, and the next generation. I consider decisions made because there is no handbook on decisions really. I think every generation is gonna destroy the world, right? The world doesn't even need us. We need the world. But if you think that the next generation and the next generation and the next generation is going to do any better, I challenge you to believe. I believe that they're all going to screw up because nobody knows what's right or wrong. In the big scheme of things, nobody really knows what decisions are good or bad, or how this is all supposed to play out. I think every generation uses what's at their disposal, and I think they try to do the best they can. And like I said, if you ask me, the world's being destroyed right now with insanity. The world has become insane. We have a bunch of mentally insane people all of a sudden, and that's getting worse and worse. So if the goal of the generation now is to make people mentally insane, they're doing a good job. Some stuff is comfort. A lot of stuff's been built and added comfort to people's lives, and a lot of it's just a nuisance to people's lives. So you're only fooling yourself if you think every generation before you did worse than you're going to do. It's just always going to be bad decisions, good decisions and bad decisions. That's just how it's going to be. But every generation, it's narcissistic. And I think that each generation's getting more narcissistic, and they think they're doing a better job than the last. And they're not. Like, for example, not too long ago in California, they voted that we had to stop using paper bags because it was killing all the trees, right? This is a good example here in California. Well, just this last year, they decided, oh my God, we're using all these petroleum-based plastic bags. We have got to stop doing that. And what was their solution? To go back to paper bags. Like, what the hell? And now these people are so stupid. Like, I was talking to the lady that worked at the Walmart as we were checking out, and she goes, isn't everything so much better? We're using all these recycled bags now, and we're not killing the trees, and we're not using the oil. I go,
So it's your belief that we're never going to run out of plastic our paper bags? You don't think they're ever going to cut down another tree to make a plastic bag or a paper bag? That's how stupid the next generation is, right? Like eventually they're going to do the exact same thing. This is where history is valuable to people. History repeats. All of a sudden they're going to go, oh my God, we've cut down all the trees to make all these new paper bags because we had to start cutting it down because we ran out of old paper. It's just going to go on and on and on. And yeah, they're going to go, we need to go back to plastic bags because they're so stupid. People are stupid. And they all think they're doing a better job than the last. But a lot of times they just keep making the same mistakes over and over and over. But yeah, that's a perfect example here in California. We can't use paper bags anymore. Oh no, we can't use plastic bags anymore. Oh no, then it'll be cloth. It'll always be something. People are just stupid. But California's back to using paper bags, and they're not very good, man. You can't even pick up your groceries; they just tear out. Every time I go and pick up my groceries, the bags just break. They tear out. It's just, I'm fine with just throwing everything in the cart without any kind of a bag, to be honest. And generally, that's what I do. But every now and then, this salty, no, let's get a couple bags. It makes it easier to carry it in the house. And I'm always, man, I'll just grab the little wagon and we'll drag it in the house. But she's all for grabbing the bags, and I think it's stupid. If we're gonna have this bag war, how about we just get rid of the bags altogether? Let's not use the bags. And then it's not just the bags. What about all the containers, right? These people are so stupid. We're still using plastic containers. We're using paper containers. It's like a dog chasing his tail. Storm knows what I mean. It's like a dog chasing his tail. Everybody's so stupid. Like, no, we can't use paper. We gotta use plastic. No, we can't use plastic. But they're gonna keep using both, by the way, in case you're not smart enough to figure that out. They're gonna use both until they run out. That's basically how that's gonna go. Yeah, well, that's the other thing, Storm. We all still buy plastic liners to put into our trash cans, right? So what are you saving by getting rid of the plastic bags in California? What were you saving by getting rid of the paper bags? People in California are so stupid, they voted for that. So we had to pay for paper bags here in California, or plastic bags. You didn't get them for free anymore. You had to pay for them, and it was voted in. Mostly the woke folk voted it in, but then the woke folk voted it back out. It's like, no, we can't use plastic. I don't know. It's insanity. It's insanity. It's that dog chasing his tail. Storm knows what I mean. You can share that if you want, Storm. That's how I look at politics and religion, and that dog is the perfect example of all of it. That's how, when we talk about perspective, honestly, when we talk about perspective, that dog is how I see life. Hey, it's Jeffrey the giraffe. What are you doing, Jeff? How you doing? We're all fighting over nothing. We're all chasing our tails. The only person that's getting anywhere is the politicians. They're getting somewhere because they got most of us fooled into fighting with each other. They're actually not stupid, right? They know how to manipulate. That's how they got where they're at. They're very masterful manipulators. And they sell stuff that makes us fight. Because they want to steal the money. That's all they care about. Come on, man. Throw something out there for them to fight about so that we can keep stealing the money. And it's not hard to come up with stuff because look at the nonsense, even right here on on this channel, look at the nonsense that people will fight about even just here, right? So it's not hard to get people triggered, right? That's the easiest thing you can do is trigger a person. People are so sensitive. I don't think I hope Cam doesn't like him young. He's already spilled that he's got, 19, 11, 12, 13 years of work experience after
I'm guessing at least 5 or 6 years of college to become a mechanical engineer. I don't know if you did a little bit of junior college along with university. That's what I had to do. That takes up some time, so add another 6 years to that on top of his work experience. That would make Cam not a very young person. So hopefully he's not chasing them too young. That's all I can say. Don't chase them too young, Cam. You're not going to have anything in common with a girl that's too young for you anyhow. You're going to have a lot more in common with somebody that witnessed more of what you witnessed, and your discussions will be better. Same one forever, because we've witnessed each other's lives, and we understand how we feel more than how maybe if you introduce some really young understand much. They wouldn't like the same music. There's a lot of things. Who's 10 or 12? What are you guys talking about? I'm missing too much of the conversation. Yeah. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So I think you can put 19 on top of 19 to come to close to Cam's age. If his work experience is correct. That's probably not even right. I bet he's older than that. I don't think he's 38. Hopefully I'm not doing my Michael Jackson math right now. Elmo will catch me if I am. When I start whipping out numbers, sometimes they're not averaged quite right. A lot of times I'm just averaging. Did I get it right, Edward? Did my averaging actually hit your age? If I did, that's awesome, man. I mean, that's kind of the just from the little information you gave me, that's about where I would put you. But yet you seem, on the other hand, you seem more grown up than that too. You know, the conversations that we have. What about your time in school? Did I get that pretty close to right too? You know, junior, I don't know if you went junior college, then the university. For me, it was cheaper to do it that way. Boy, the weeks fly. I'm telling you, Jeff, as you get older and older, the weeks fly by faster and faster. A year turns a week all of a sudden. Especially when you work a lot. Yeah, that's what I was figuring. I was figuring you did between 4 and 6 years. I added a little time because I think the junior college actually cost me a little more time. But it's the way I had to go. I didn't have scholarships and stuff. And I'm glad Al Munson's daughter was able to take advantage of some of those scholarships.
I was hoping to get one in sports, but I did not. But I did good in sports. I mean, I was close. I was really close. But I didn't really pursue any scholarships either. I wasn't sure what I was going to do because right out of high school, my parents were pushing flight school on me. So that was sort of, I wasted a little bit of time there too. Because that's what I thought I was going to be, because that's what I was told I was supposed to be. You know, but things changed. You know, I used my own head and decided what I wanted to do. This isn't exactly what I wanted to do, but pretty pretty chill channel today, really. I think it was chill. I kind of enjoyed it better than some of the dramatic or Wacky Wednesdays, or Wacky Wednesdays makes me laugh, but today was pretty chill. I enjoyed most of the conversation. Al didn't really clarify the point he was trying to make. I was hoping he would come in with a little more detail so we could discuss his subject a bit more. It's all about identity with him, right? I'm guessing maybe he doesn't know what he is or something. I'm not sure. Turn on those lights, you might see whether he's a man or a woman by his voice. I'm guessing a man. Dude's got an awesome voice, by the way. He really does. Like, honestly, they could use his voice for commercials and stuff. It's super strong. Like Earl Jones kind of voice, really. No, Al didn't bring any receipts. He just spewed a few things and left. You know, a couple Trump things and left. But I don't know if you've ever listened to his channel. It's extremely woke and certainly hates the right. Couldn't hate him much more than him. But his voice, man, he's got an awesome voice. Yeah, he kind of sounds like Darth Vader or something. He's got a cool voice. But I certainly don't agree with most of what he says. Boy, he says some stuff that's really spewing some hate, for sure. Division. He's spewing division. He's not looking for common ground. He wants to kill ICE. He's like, oh my. He doesn't want borders. But I'm not going to tell the guy how to think. He can certainly think that way. Doesn't mean I have to. He certainly can think that way. He's definitely LGBTQ plus agenda, for sure. And once again, I'm not going to tell him what he has to think. He certainly can, but what he doesn't understand is not everybody has to think like him. You know, he thinks nobody's open-minded because they don't think like him. Like, literally, if I just sat there and thought like Al, wouldn't that make me closed-minded? To me, that's closed-minded. Telling somebody they have to think like you. Or hating people because they don't think like you. I'm not going to hate anybody because they think differently. That's closed-minded. That means you honestly believe that there is no common ground between you and other people that, I guess, I would say Al probably was celebrating what happened to Charlie Kirk, and I wouldn't even celebrate that if it happened to, say, Joe Biden. I mean, I don't think we should be shooting each other. Just my belief. And usually the liberals are against guns, but then they celebrate the shooting of a conservative, which is insane, and it's a little confusing. Like, why would you celebrate that? You're so against guns. If nothing else, if you're not against the fact that they just killed an innocent person, aren't you against guns at the very least? Are you that close-minded? Maybe you're that close-minded that suddenly it's okay. It's okay when you say it's okay, but not any other time. Anyhow, hey guys, I had a lot of fun today. I'm going to leave the channel running for a little bit. I hope you guys can beat the hell out of each other. I'm going to leave this up for at least an hour. I might pop in and at least come in and give them one last goodbye. But I got a lot of stuff I got to do and take care of right now. I got some phone calls I got to make. I got to see if I can help find my missing friend that's missing. I got his last phone number. I've been trying to call it. He's not answering. Man, I really don't want to go up to his. He lives in a motorhome parked in a RV storage. I really don't want to go up there and look in that, so I'm going to tell the sheriffs to do that because I don't want to find the guy. He was at one time really a good friend of mine, but I don't want to find it. I don't want to find him. Thanks for coming in, Al. I appreciate you coming in for sure. And you're doing an awesome job as a moderator, by the way. You're not just slamming everybody, knocking them off. You're doing a good job. We all know who we need to knock out of here if they come in. And if there's somebody else that comes in like that person, knock them out of here, man. Knock them the hell out of here. I suggest that to these other channels when you got people that we all know is a big problem. They're just trying to cause problems for all of us. Knock them out of your channel. Don't take it. We should all be able to agree on that. Don't know if I'll stream tomorrow or not. I wasn't actually planning on streaming today. Miss Salty did finally call me, and she said she needed sleep, so she didn't come with me today. But she hung out with me all day yesterday. If I do stream tomorrow and she's with me, I'm going to try to get her to take over the phone and talk to you guys and relay to me what's going on and let her kind of have her day. She's much more conservative than even I am. She's very opinionated. She says it's not true, but I call her a radical conservative. She makes some comments that blow me away. It's like, really? That's how I go, that sounds like the opposite of what the Democrats are saying, but that you complain about. But I'm kind of a live and let live kind of person, but I'm definitely a conservative. I definitely am in support of a lot of what Trump has done. Not everything, certainly not everything. I'm really against war. I don't understand it, but he probably knows a lot more than us. He certainly exposed all the corruption, so we should all thank him for that on both sides. He exposed it, nobody else. He certainly shared way more of the Epstein files than anybody else did, so I'm not sure why everybody's complaining. Like, they should be happy that he certainly shared more than anybody else. You got to remember, we have people that are high power that are keeping everything from being shared. And I think he's doing the best he can to get it out there. Everybody's like, oh, he's afraid of what they're going to find out about him. I don't think that's it at all. He's the one that basically turned Epstein in and made it so he couldn't even come to his island, or he couldn't come to his house anymore. And he certainly exposed the most. So we should all thank him for that. But now it should be up to the courts and the victims. I think that we should allow the victims and protect the victims to come out with all their evidence. And there should be trials. There should be trials from these victims happening to people and convictions. If they can prove it, we're not going to just go off of allegedly, they need to have proof, of course. But we need to let the victims handle this more and protect them. Instead of saying, Trump has to expose everything, the victims can expose more than anybody, honestly. And that's who should be exposing it, is the victims. They need to get brave. They need to come out. And they need to expose with all the evidence they have. And we all need to stop being stupid and thinking this is as a Beetlejuice would say, this is a left or right thing, because it's not a left or right thing. This is a very powerful people defending this from both left and right. And we need to get the victims more involved, and they need to speak up more
and end all this because it's all nonsense. It's all another way to detour us and have us fighting. We're all fighting over it, right? When it's happening on both sides, and yet we're fighting like we're all fighting each other, and it's stupid. I'd say most of us, if not all of us in here, are certainly against minors being taken advantage of. Now, I certainly am, and I think we should protect them, and we should allow them to come out and defend themselves and show their evidence. So that's where I stand on all that. But I am a conservative. I know Storm is. I know Define Hemp is. We align pretty good. I think Storm is a little bit more of a conspiracy theorist than me, but I don't hold that against him. My wife is even more of a conspiracy theorist than him. But it doesn't, just because it's a conspiracy doesn't mean it's not true, because an awful lot of these conspiracies end up being true. You know what I'm saying? I'd say me and him probably line up even a little better. We both have wives that are probably very similar. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know. But I love everybody I do. I enjoy the conversations in here with everybody. Left, right, and center. Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean that I don't like you. And if I don't answer you, it doesn't mean I'm ignoring you. Maybe I don't have the answer. Maybe I'm still trying to figure it out myself. Or maybe I didn't read it or hear it or see it. like I gave Al his chance to bring in his facts, but he didn't bring in much. Define him, he reminds me a lot of Charlie Kirk. If you want to bring in facts, he'll debate you. I've seen him debate people. He's really good at it. He's better at it than me. I would need to be sitting in front of a computer so I can keep pulling up my facts, and half of what you read isn't even true anyhow. So then you got to research everything you read, right? A lot of it's all feel. You can kind of feel when things are right or wrong, but do your research. But anyhow, I hope everybody had a good time. I know I have way too many moderators in there now. There's certainly two that I'm never going to get rid of. There's two moderators in here I'll never get rid of. You guys can hate those two all you want, but they're my friends. And if I were to get rid of any of the other ones, it's not because I don't like them. I consider them friends now too. It's just I hate seeing so much blue on my channel. I hate seeing it all blue. It's all blue now. But you're all doing a good job. The moderators are doing a great job. They're allowing everybody to speak. They're not blocking anybody unless they come in here and truly are trying to be evil. They're doing a great job. Great job. Open mind. Yeah. I keep hearing from Al how everybody is. They don't have an open mind. He just keeps saying, "Oh, Super Salty has a closed mind." He just keeps complaining about me. Honestly, I think my mind's way more open than his. Maybe not as much as I think, because he's willing to come in here and talk at least, which means he does have somewhat of an open mind. But when you sit there in your channel with just your people and unwilling to talk to anybody else, I don't know how you could be much more closed-minded than that. Get out of the dark. Get out into the light. Talk to people, real people, not just people here. I know these are real people, but get out and mix it up with people out in your communities, and let me know if you see all this rioting and stuff going on in your neighborhood, because I think the media certainly blows it out of proportion. That's my feeling. Edward Cam, he certainly doesn't agree with hardly any of us in here, but he has an open enough mind to come in here and chat with us. Hopefully he's starting to learn that a lot of the stuff said isn't as offensive as he thinks. I know it's not nice, but it's the same stuff they do to me if I go on their channel. So, and I don't have a problem going on their channels, but usually they let me, unlike here, I get like maybe 3 sentences out and I'm blocked. And like my next sentence, it says, "You have been blocked by a moderator or the channel owner." I don't get to say much. So I hope that we're affording you guys a little bit more time than you give me. I answer the questions. You guys get mad, but I answer the questions. You don't accept my questions or my answers, and so then it's a no answer to you. You're deflecting. I'm not deflecting. I'm answering everything I can. But yeah, this is a place where if you guys want to come and discuss, I have some really good conservatives in here that honestly I think have big hearts, huge hearts. You're all welcome in here. We'll keep discussing things. We'll just keep discussing things. One of my employees is here right now. I got to say hi to him. But take care. Peace out. God bless all of you, even if you don't believe in God, the higher power, all of you, or whatever you believe in. Take care, everybody. But I'm going to leave the channel up for about an hour. And thank you. I want to thank you all for making this channel fun. You guys are making it awesome. Take care.